You play that were taking their property. And neighbors in Satilla Shores felt a duty and responsibility to each other to post on the neighborhood pages, Facebook and Nextdoor, about the crime that was happening. And you'll hear about that. The types of posts that you saw on these pages includes, "This is ridiculous. My daughter always freaks out. It's getting old. I'm nervous. Lock your cars." These are actual posts from that neighborhood Facebook page. As a result of this uptick in crime, of people being on edge, people were alert to suspicious behavior. In July of 2019, Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael were alert to suspicious behavior, long before ever encountering Ahmaud Arbery. In July of 2019, Travis McMichael, who was at that point running a little charter boat, taking people out, tourists out on the river in the marshes, was on his boat with some guests when he went under the Fancy Bluffs Bridge that you heard about earlier. There he saw a homeless man who had lots of stuff around him and a tarp. Stuff, the kind of stuff that made Travis look twice and made Travis feel suspicious that maybe this was the guy who was taking the stuff out of our neighborhood. So he dropped off his guests eventually, went home, got in the car with his father, Greg, and they drove to the area under the Fancy Bluffs Bridge. There they saw the man. And what you see up here is the call, basically what's called a CAD report. It's basically a report made of Greg McMichael's 911 call to the Glenn County Police to say, hey, basically, there's a guy under the bridge we think is responsible. Could you please investigate? Investigate. And the police did. They sent an officer out there, and really nothing of note was found. And the investigation ended. But the break-ins, the theft, didn't end, especially for a man named Larry English. For Mr. English, it was only beginning. Larry English, as you heard, lives in Douglas, Georgia. He was so excited to have a weekend home in Satilla Shores on this beautiful little Satilla River. He built a home. He was going to use it for weekends and vacations with his wife, Amy. His daughter, Laura, his son, Hoyt. And a dock. His home is right here, the dock on the river. He had a boat on a hoist at the dock, and he had a large offshore boat in his RV garage. In that garage, and I promise not to touch the screen, is this large garage. But that's where he kept, it's called an RV garage, but it's really a boat garage for Mr. English. Eventually, because of some advice from his neighbor, Kenny Wade, who lived next door, he installed a camera at the dock and one on the back of his house, which you can't see from this photo. He was concerned about liability because kids were playing out there and they would take his scraps of wood, they would hang out by the dock. But he was also concerned about theft because he had valuables at his house. He had 2 boats, sometimes 3 boats, and he parked his camper on the property. You can't see in the picture, but you'll see eventually. His camper that he stayed in, sometimes alone, sometimes with his wife and kids, when they came to the house either to work on it or to play at it. So he was concerned about all of this when he installed those cameras. over the course of the next 3-4 months, he saw on his cameras at night Ahmaud Arbery 4 times. The first time, and this is the first time his camera alerted at all, was October 25th, 2019. Now remember, he's in Douglas, Georgia. He has a cell phone. When his camera spots somebody, he gets an alert on his cell phone. This is a photograph of Ahmaud Arbery on his dock, October 25th, 2019. He gets this alert. He sees this man. He calls Glenn County Police Department. Can't call 911 because 911 would go to Douglas Police. But he calls the 911 number for Glenn County Police. And he's scared. And he's concerned. What is this guy doing at my house at night? There is no legitimate reason, according to Mr. English, for this man to be at his house where his boats are stored, where his camper is parked at night. And he calls the police. He's concerned not only for his stuff, but he's concerned for his family. Because what if Amy was there at the camper alone? What if his daughter, Laura, was there sleeping there that night? And she walks outside and bumps into this intruder. And he gets scared and he panics and she panics and something really, really awful happens. These are the thoughts that went through Larry English's mind when he sees this intruder in his house on October 25th, 2019. He calls back Glenn County a second time after this initial call. Go back a little bit. Okay. Because he calls the police to tell them that the man who's on the dock, and he describes him as plundering around, describes his tattoos, describes his hair twists. The man who was in his house plundering around has now gone across the street towards his other neighbor's house. He describes it as a, I think, whitish, yellowish house. It's Subi Lawrence's house. It's a neighbor he knows. Subi is a single mom. She's a mother of 3 boys. The boys who play outside and ride their bikes and steal Larry English's scraps of wood for their skateboard ramp or their fort or whatever they're doing. This is who Mr. English sees and who he's concerned about. And he wants the police to confront this man and tell him, don't come back. He doesn't see him take anything. Remember, he's only got cameras on the back of the house right now. 1 camera, back of the house, and 1 camera at the dock. He wants him removed. By the time police come, and I think it's Officer Rash who responds that first time, Robert Rash. You'll hear from Officer Rash. No sign of Mr. Arbery, who the man we later find out is Ahmaud Arbery. No sign. Now, he's okay with curiosity seekers coming to his house. We've all done it. See a house under construction. It looks kind of interesting. Oh, what are the neighbors building? What are they adding on? What's the staircase going to look like? He's okay with all that. He's okay with the kids coming in during the daytime, taking the scraps of wood. It didn't matter to him. What concerned him was there is no reason that's legitimate to be there at night. And that's why he calls the police. Sometime after October 25th, Mr. English is on a ladder in his RV garage, looks in his offshore boat, and realizes his satellite system, his Yeti cooler, and his microphone system are gone, taken out of the boat. He doesn't know who did it. He does know the HVAC guys were in that area installing some of the not pipes, some of the system in there. He also knows the black male from October 25th was in there. And so he's suspicious. But what can he do? The next alert on his phone is November 17th. Okay, November 17th, a white couple comes on his property at night, 10 o'clock at night. They park out by the porta potty that you saw in the earlier picture. The man has his belt unbuckled. Odd. Comes in the house and he calls 911 and he says, about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, I had my stuff stolen. This is now November 17th. Week and a half, 2 weeks ago is pretty close to October 25th. I've had my stuff stolen. They're in the same area. They're going around where the boat is in the RV garage. Police send an officer out. Officers go out. The couple's gone. They see nothing. Mr. English is upset and he's frustrated. He has valuables stored at the house. Stuff has been stolen. Now 2 people have been seen on his cameras, 3 people, 2 white people and a black male. And so the next morning, November 18th, he goes and he gets his boat and he hauls it away. Figures, I just can't keep valuables in this house that's open, but is owned by him with his valuables. And so he takes the boat away. That very night, November 18th, he sees the same black male he saw on October 25th. The man we now know is Ahmaud Arbery. He's back again. He's seen around the boat, not the big offshore boat, but the other boats. And according to Mr. English, he's plundering around again. He calls Glenn County Police again. Glenn County Police arrive again. And again, Mr. Arbery gets away without being confronted by the police. And Mr. English is frustrated. Of course. He's so frustrated that the very next day, November 19th, these are all out of order. And this is why we don't use technology. All right, November 18th, 2019. This is the night he sees Ahmaud Arbery for the second time. There's somebody back on the property again tonight. Black man, not wearing a shirt in late November, got tattoos on his arms and a pair of light-colored shorts. He's wandering in the carport, looking in the boat, not the offshore boat, the smaller boat. The same guy that was here about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. The night before, he's calling police saying, my stuff was stolen a week and a half, 2 weeks before. He kind of looks like he's up to no good. He's on 3 different people's cameras in the neighborhood. This is Larry English's 911 call on November 18th, 2019. November 19th, the very next day, he has an exchange through text message with his 2 doors down neighbor, Diego Perez. Diego Perez is another person who believes it's his duty and responsibility to look out not just for himself, but for his neighbors. And so Diego has this conversation with Larry English. This is a printout from an extraction from Larry English's phone. So, and you'll see this in evidence. And it's out of order, the way it's printed out. So I'm going to kind of walk you through it because the first exchange is from Larry English. He sends Diego Perez clips of the videos from the white couple on the 17th of November and the black male on the 18th of November. And he says to Diego Perez, who he just knows as Diego Satilla Shores, that's how he's in his phone. They're not friends. They're just neighbors, good neighbors. And he says to Diego, have you seen these people in the neighborhood? And Diego says, no, sir. I can't say I've ever seen them in the neighborhood, but I'll keep an eye out. I can respond in mere seconds because he's only 2 doors down. With your permission. Larry English says, you have my permission. And Diego says, I may be able to intercept them or pen them up for the police. I may be able to intercept them or pen them up for the police. Diego Perez is taking it upon himself, if he can, to perform a citizen's arrest. I'm going to hold them until the police come. And Larry English's response to that, thank you. Because seconds count. Diego Perez knows it. Larry English now knows it. Because 3 times he's tried to catch his intruders and 3 times he's failed because the police just get there too late. As Diego Perez artfully put it, when seconds count, the police are minutes away. And so he needs the help of Diego Perez and other neighbors. Officer Rash, who responds to these calls, he canvasses the neighborhood. He's trying to catch this guy. And so he canvasses the neighborhood using stills from the video. Have you seen this guy? Do you know him? Can you help me help Larry English? And no one knows him. He's not jogging in the neighborhood. No one's ever seen him. The only time we see Ahmaud Arbery in Satilla Shores is at night on these cameras. And remember, people have cameras in the neighborhood. If he was in there jogging in the daytime,
hey, I'm on my other computer. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Can you hear me?
he is at this point a scary mystery. The neighborhood, Larry English is talking to neighbors like Matt Albenzi, like Subi Lawrence, like his neighbor Diego and his wife, Brooke Perez. It's being posted on Facebook, on the neighborhood Facebook page. Word is out that stuff was stolen from Larry English's house, parked in his RV garage. Now, I want to be clear. In May, after Travis McMichael was arrested, Larry English realizes he doesn't really know when the stuff was stolen. It was back in Douglas. It was in the house on Satilla Drive. But what he was telling people in October, November, December, January, February 2020 is that the stuff was taken out of my boat, parked at my house on Satilla Drive. That's what the neighbors knew from Larry English and Officer Rash. He's back at the house, Ahmaud Arbery, on December 17th. This is now the 3rd time seen on camera at Larry English's house. He's at night. He has no legitimate reason for being there. And remember, although you're seeing him through infrared cameras, it is pitch black in that house. There is no light. There's no lights on. There's no light switch, no light bulbs. It is pitch dark. And on December 17th, Ahmaud Arbery is seen plundering around again in the area where the boats were located in that RV garage. Police are not called that night. There's no 911 call. Larry English can't remember why he didn't call police. He may have been sick and not seen this video until much later. And you saw the clip of the video with Ahmaud Arbery walking outside the house, looking around again, and taking off into the neighborhood. And the question remains, was he out for a jog? 10 o'clock at night, December 17th? Or was he doing something else? And we'll never know. But it sure does look suspicious. The next time he's seen in Larry English's house is February 11th, 2020. This is now the fourth time in the house. But this time is different. Because this time it's not Larry English who calls the police. It's Travis McMichael. The state got the facts a little bit wrong. So let me correct them. Travis McMichael was going out that night, about 7:30 at night, it's dark, to get gas, fill up his car before the next day. He had to be at work early, so he was just going to fill up his car that night, so he wouldn't have to wake up so early in the morning the next day. On his way up the street, kind of a Spanish style house. He runs across the yard and he hides behind that red porta potty that you saw in that photograph. Travis is like, this is not good. We know about a guy intruding in Larry English's house. And he stops his car and he kind of aims his headlights at the porta potty. And knowing there is no legitimate reason for this man to be there, he starts to get out of his car to ask him why he's there.
Yo.
Well, this guy steps out from the porta potty and he reaches with his left hand, I believe, into his waist, as if reaching for a weapon. This scares the heck out of Travis. He sees this. He's trying to get out, gets in his car, puts it in reverse, stalls because he's so startled. Eventually backs up and gets home, where he calls 911, and this is what he says. This is the 911 call. We're not going to play the whole thing because it's too long.
Yeah, what's your best in your emergency? 2:30. What's going on?
We got a friend of ours. I was working in the neighborhood, and I just called down, running into a house being built. His house is on property. Well, I turned around, she took off running into the house.
What did you look like?
The black male, red shirt, white shorts.
And you said the house was being built?
It's being built. I'm thinking right now, he is in the house.
What's your name on the car?
Travis McMichael. 4230 1374.
All right. Where are you at now?
I'm at city, we're across the street, in my truck. Watching them out. Watching that sweater. I'm here at 6
Okay. Where are you at?
Red phone.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, one night he told me, when I turned around, oh, going and backed up. He reached into his pocket and ran into the house. So I don't know if he's armed or not. He looked like he's acting like he was. So, yeah, be mindful of that.
Okay. Which pocket did he reach into?
The left, I believe.
Okay.
He goes on to say later on, it's about 3 or 4 minutes later, so we don't need to waste your time, is we've been having a lot of burglaries and break-ins around here lately. So now here we are, this guy who has seen Travis see him and seen Travis drive away, still has the audacity, the brazenness to go into the English house. Travis is home calling 911. Greg McMichael overhears and he starts going up to the English house. And he's got his firearm with him. And Travis says, whoa, 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 slow down. Turns out Travis ends up going up there with him, and Travis has his firearm. Diego Perez, who by now has been alerted by Larry English with his video clips, he goes out there, he's armed. These neighbors are going to Larry English's house, not because it's fun at 8 o'clock at night in February in Satilla Shores, but because it's their duty and responsibility to each other to protect each other, to do what they can to help the police stop the guy who's plundering around, breaking into Larry English's house. Officer Rash gets called. They are all out. Officer Rash, 2 other officers, Diego Perez, Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, all out trying to find the guy, Ahmaud Arbery, who's now for the 4th time in Larry English's house. Officer Rash appreciates the help. He never tells Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, or Diego Perez, hey guys, let the police handle this. We got this. No problem. You guys go home. He never tells them, hey, put those guns away. We don't need guns out here. Don't carry guns around here. He doesn't say that. He doesn't say, no, you guys cannot stop and detain this guy if you catch him. That's a police job, because it is a citizen's job to help the police. And the law authorizes that. He tells Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael that Larry English says nothing was stolen. But these guys know stuff was stolen. Everybody knows it. Larry English has already told everybody. Subi, Matt, Diego, Brooke, Annette Beasley, Ronnie Olson, Rash has been around. We all know it. Stuff has been stolen. So now here we are. Here are facts, not assumptions. Travis McMichael has now seen Ahmaud Arbery face to face for the first time. At Larry English's house, and then in Larry English's house. He's had a firsthand encounter. He knows that Ahmaud Arbery has been lurking around that house for no legitimate reason. Not authorized to be there. He's not working on the house, not doing anything but plundering around the house. He knows stuff has been stolen. It's probably the power. These things have a mind of their own.
Just want to make sure.
He knows stuff has been stolen because Larry English has told everybody that. He knows this guy has the audacity to go in the house despite knowing people are around and watching him. He knows he's possibly armed because he made that move to his left-hand pocket, waist.
Do y'all notice what he's
He
doing?
has probable cause to believe
He's
a burglary
including.
has been committed.
Hold on, let me mute this.
What is burglary?
He's trying to include Larry English. Larry English is the neighbor, of course, y'all know that. That dude did not look at Ahmaud Arbery as someone who was trying to harm his property or steal from him. This is straight bullshit.
with the intent to commit a felony or theft. You don't actually, to commit a burglary, have to take anything. It is the intent to take something or to commit another felony that makes it a burglary. Travis McMichael has probable cause, based on his training of what probable cause is, to believe Ahmaud Arbery is a burglar. Probable cause. What does it mean? It is the level of suspicion.
Objection. At this point in time, I have an objection at this point in time to this being the law, and the law is going to come from the court. And this has not been, how would I put this, approved on any level by the court.
Well, let me make it clear. This is what Travis McMichael understood from his training was the definition of probable cause.
Okay.
So the
Just
evidence
clarifying
will
where we
show.
are. Ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated to you, the court will actually charge you on the law. During the presentation here, the representation is made on what the law is. Again, the court, you will receive that from the court. You will not be receiving that from counsel. So if we could please couch the argument in those terms.
Yes, sir. And this is not what I understand probable cause to be. This is what Travis McMichael, from his 10 years in the Coast Guard, understands probable cause to be. The level of suspicion that would cause a reasonable and prudent person to believe that a crime has been committed under the totality of the circumstances. That's it. It's the level of suspicion that you would need under the totality of the circumstances to believe that a crime was committed. That's where Travis McMichael sat as of February 11th, 2020. The next time we see Ahmaud Arbery in Satilla Shores is February 23rd. It's a beautiful day, kind of a warm February day in Brunswick. Travis McMichael, around midday, around 1 o'clock, is on the couch in his living room trying to get Everett to take a nap, 3-year-old son. So he's doing the strategies that parents do. He has Everett every other week. He shares custody with Everett's mom. On this Sunday, he's trying to get Everett to go to sleep. Greg is in the front yard, in the driveway, reupholstering his boat cushions. It is a pleasant, uneventful Sunday morning leading into Sunday afternoon. While they're doing that, Ahmaud Arbery is walking into the neighborhood, not jogging, not running, walking into the neighborhood, walking into Larry English's front yard. Next. Where he stands there, and this is the view from Ronnie Olson's house across the street, where he stands there, looks around, and walks into the house. While he's doing that, Matt Albenzi is in his yard, down Jones. So he's down here. He can see directly into Larry English's yard. He is aware of the break-ins into Larry English's house. He is aware of the items stolen from Larry English's boat. He's out splitting logs. Tree had fallen in his yard, so he's breaking up the tree. He sees this guy that looks like the guy from the video clips. In fact, is the guy from the video clips, walking into Larry English's house. He grabs his gun, puts it in his pocket, grabs his cell phone, walks down Jones to an oak tree. There it is, across the street from Larry English's house. And he calls 911. While he's calling 911, he sees Ahmaud Arbery through the windows in Larry English's house. He doesn't know what he's doing in there, but he knows this guy's been there at night 4 times prior. He knows stuff is stolen. So he's calling the police. He makes, he believes, eye contact with Ahmaud Arbery. The next thing he sees is Ahmaud Arbery sprint out of that house. He is not jogging. He is running away into the neighborhood, possibly armed based on prior experience. He is sprinting at what turns out to be about a 6-minute mile. It's fast, and he's got long strides. That view is from Diego Perez's surveillance camera. He runs right past Greg McMichael's yard. Greg McMichael sees him. Greg McMichael is aware of the things that have happened that we've talked about. Greg McMichael sees him tearing, hauling ass down the road. And he knows what's up. And he goes inside and he tells Travis, the guy's running down the street. The guy. They know who it is. They're not guessing. It's not some random guy running down the street. It's the guy. And they turn out to be right. It is the guy, the same guy 4 previous times at night. They grab their guns. Now, why did Travis McMichael grab his shotgun? Because 12 days earlier, he confronts this guy trying to help Larry English. And this guy reaches into his pocket like he has a gun. So he grabs his shotgun for self-protection. And he gets in the car, or he walks out in the yard actually, and he sees Matt Albenzi motioning down the street. Same direction Ahmaud Arbery was running in. So he gets in the car, his dad gets in the truck. I'm sorry, I say car, it's a truck, Ford F-150, and climbs into the car seat because when seconds count, the police are often minutes away. The police are not going to catch this guy at the speed he's running. So they're going to try to detain him for the police. What happens after that's up to the police. So they encounter Ahmaud Arbery on Burford. The first encounter is at 307 Burford. This is what it looks like. You saw the video. Oh, let's go back to there. They're there to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police. This is what the law allows. A private person may arrest an offender if the offense is committed in his presence or immediate knowledge. And that applies to felonies or misdemeanors. But there's a second sentence the state didn't tell you about. The second sentence is, if the offense is a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, a private person may arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. That's why Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael sought to detain Ahmaud Arbery. There was no crime committed in their presence. We're not contending there was a crime committed in their presence, but there was probable cause to believe a felony had been committed and that this man was attempting to escape or flee. That's why citizen's arrest is in this case. There are 3 encounters with Ahmaud Arbery on Burford. The first one is in front of Roddy Bryan's house, William R. Bryan. I shouldn't call him Roddy. I don't know. Mr. Bryan's house. Travis McMichael pulls up alongside Ahmaud Arbery and says, "Stop. Whoa, I want to talk to you. What were you doing back there? What's going on?" And Ahmaud Arbery says, "Zero." He doesn't say, "Hey man, I'm just out for a jog." He doesn't say, "Hey, leave me alone." He doesn't say, "Back off." He doesn't say, "Hey, calm." Doesn't say anything. He just looks at Travis and he goes back the other way. Travis backs his truck up and says, whoa, 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 stop. I want to talk to you. Ahmaud Arbery looks at him and bolts. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't say, leave me alone. Doesn't say, hey, good morning, good afternoon. He just bolts. At this time, there is no gun. The shotgun that Travis bought is stuck between his seats. Greg's gun is on his holster. There's no gun being pointed at Mr. Arbery. There's no like, hey, stop at the point of a pistol or a shotgun. There's no gun. Mr. Arbery's not even aware of any gun at that point because no gun has been shown. They go down Burford. They pull up to him again. And Burford, by the way, Tiller Drive turns kind of, the little jog turns into Burford. And they go down Burford a little ways more. Whoa, stop. We want to talk to you. Stop. We called the police. Police are coming. When Mr. Arbery hears Travis McMichael say, we called the police are coming, he bolts back the other way towards Roddy Bryant's house, back towards Satilla Drive. They stop the truck, put it in park. Greg McMichael does get out and he gets in the bed because he's cramped into the child seat. Travis McMichael gets out and he looks down the road like, what the heck? I want to talk to this guy. It's just been suspected of coming out of English's house. He sees Albenzi moving. We know it's the guy from the night 12 days before. He's back again. And he looks down the street and he sees Ahmaud Arbery trying to get into Roddy Bryant's truck, to Mr. Bryant's truck. He's interacting with the truck. And he doesn't know who that black Silverado truck belongs to. He doesn't know Roddy Bryant. He's never met him. He doesn't know his truck. So he sees this black Silverado and he sees Ahmaud Arbery trying to get in it, and he expects to hear a gunshot because he thinks Ahmaud Arbery is armed, like he pretended to be on the 11th. And he's fearful that this guy, whose name he doesn't know, will try to shoot the owner of the truck and take the truck. And so that scares him. This attacking the truck worries him. His dad says, Travis, go back, go back. He says, no, Dad, just go around. We're going to go around Zellwood. You heard the name. Goes down Burford. They're down here. They see this interaction back here. They're going to go around Zellwood. They don't and take a left on Holmes. Now, they don't know where either the black Silverado is or what that has to do with anything or where Ahmaud Arbery is. So going down Holmes is not with the intention of trapping Ahmaud Arbery. It's with the intention of strategically planting yourself so you can kind of help the police see the neighborhood. As they go down Holmes Drive at a slow rate, they see Ahmaud Arbery running in front of the truck. Travis McMichael drives past him. Doesn't say anything to Ahmaud Arbery, doesn't shout at him, just kind of drives past him, watching to see what this guy is going to do. Again, no gun, no shotgun, no pistol is brandished, pointed in any way shown to Mr. Arbery. 3 times on Burford, they encountered Mr. Arbery. Now once on Holmes, no gun. They go down to the bottom of Holmes, towards the stop sign, and stop the car. They don't know where Mr. Arbery is at this point because he's around a dog leg. That's the picture of Holmes Drive, looking up it from Travis McMichael's vantage, and you can see where the road kind of dog legs to the right. And past that dog leg, you can't see what's happening. But at that point, Travis McMichael can now strategically see Satilla Drive, his road where his family is located, Burford, and Holmes. So if the police get there, which he thinks they're coming any minute, he can tell them, I don't see him in these directions, he's that way. or I do see him and he's in one of these streets. That's why he stops. While he stopped there, gets out of his truck, Greg is still in the bed, and they see Ahmaud Arbery coming at him. And Travis is like, whoa, stop, whoa, 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 stop. And Ahmaud Arbery keeps running at him. Travis keeps yelling, stop, stop, stop. And then he reaches into his car and he sees Ahmaud Arbery flip and go back around the dog leg. Grabs his gun and his cell phone. He says, Dad, when are the police getting here? His dad says, I didn't call 911. Travis dials 911 and gives his dad his phone. And that's why we have a 911 call, because Travis McMichael had his phone and thought to call the police. Where are they? It's before the first shot is fired. They call the police. That is not evidence of an intent to murder. While Travis is out there, now he has his gun for protection because this guy has run at him, has acted bizarrely, has not said a word yet that he could tell. And now Ahmaud Arbery is running back. Travis's training taught him to show a weapon. Not to use a weapon, to show a weapon, because that is a way to de-escalate violence. In the normal situation, you show someone you have a weapon, you get compliance. You don't need to go any further. And so he stands there at the low ready position, not pointing his weapon, and Ahmaud Arbery is running. And he's running at Travis McMichael. Stop, stop, get down, stop. And this guy is not stopping. And Travis knows that this guy is not going to stop. He's not predictable. He's going to be on him in seconds if he doesn't do something. Like, please, please turn. Please go up, Satilla. This is where we are. Ahmaud Arbery had a clear path to Satilla. Travis is down here. He could have cut across there. He doesn't cut across. He's coming at him. And yes, at about 20 yards, he raises the weapon because he knows Ahmaud Arbery can be on him, and he's hoping that by raising the weapon, he will de-escalate the situation. Who's going to attack a guy
What the
pointing
fuck?
a shotgun?
De-escalate? No, you
kill
just
him,
escalated shit.
That was an open shot.
Stupid.
He didn't shoot. He didn't shoot his weapon. He was trying to de-escalate the situation in compliance with his 9 years of training in the Coast Guard. Same training police officers get.
To a common citizen? Man, fuck
Go
you.
back to the one before. The gun is down, and you saw this a little bit. You can see the white forearm of Travis McMichael. Let me move this map. I apologize.
I think you can probably turn this to give them a better look at it.
It's okay, don't
Careful.
It doesn't even face them. How can we not turn it? It's on wheels.
I didn't say don't.
Okay.
I said be careful, because when we've done that before, we have lost.
You'll see this in this
Okay, hold
picture.
on, hold on a
Oh, I'm sorry,
second.
I'm sorry.
Next time I ask you to stop, please stop.
Oh, I thought you should just be careful.
No, the point is, let's not keep moving stuff around. If you're going to be doing something, just let everybody know what's going on.
Yeah, see, this Judge Barton right here, he don't play that shit. Only thing I'm disappointed in him in is making the statement of, okay, you feel like it's some racial bullshit going on with the jurors, but you allow the shit to continue. That pissed me off about him.
About no pun intended, about some of this electronics in here. As Mr. Rubin has alluded to, we've lost connections and all sorts of problems. So we're trying to make sure these presentations flow. So I didn't mean to get on council, but if everybody could let me know if we're doing that.
This is a fuzzy picture. You'll have pictures in the video throughout the course of the trial. His arm is down, and you can see the white forearm. You can see the driveway here Travis McMichael.
We haven't lost the sight line there, have we? You're okay over your shoulder now? Okay, that's the other issue is,
And I know it's awkward, yeah.
Speak loud.
Sorry. So there's a driveway here, and Travis McMichael is across from another driveway. You'll see it's about 60 feet, 20 yards away. And he knows how quickly someone can cover 20 yards in seconds. An unarmed person can take a weapon away and kill a police officer or a civilian in seconds, even from 20 yards away. Even an armed person from 20 yards away. So he raises his weapon in the next slide, and you see the distance because he wants the guy to stop, not because he wants to hurt Ahmaud Arbery. He's not looking for an encounter. If he wanted to hurt somebody, he would have fired on Burford, on Holmes, or now down here at the bottom. Ahmaud Arbery doesn't stop. He doesn't say, whoa, hey, I'm good. He doesn't say anything. And he doesn't stop. Instead, he goes around the truck to the right-hand side, the passenger side. And at that point, Travis McMichael can't see his hands. Remember, he still thinks this guy could be armed because I saw this guy, at least pretend he was, on the 11th. He doesn't know, and he can't see his hands. And his dad, his 64, 65-year-old dad, who's had a stroke, is on the bed, and Ahmaud Arbery could just yank him down or take a shot at him. He doesn't know. So he goes to the front of the truck to get an eye on him. What's this guy going to do? Good Lord, I hope he just keeps running. Go up Satilla. But he doesn't know. So he goes to the front, and within a split second, Ahmaud Arbery makes a left, not a right. Makes a left and is on Travis, such that Travis has no choice but to fire his weapon in self-defense. And that shot is a contact or near contact wound, meaning Ahmaud Arbery is on him. You'll hear that from Brian Leopard of the GBI Crime Lab. That first shot, which we can't really see because it's videotaped through two windshields, Roddy Bryan's windshield and Travis McMichael's windshield. They're in front of the truck. When they collide, when Ahmaud Arbery makes a left, he's on Travis, and Travis has to fire. Because at that point, it's his life or Ahmaud Arbery's life. And the only thing, it's weird the way the mind works, the only thing he can think of at that point is Everett. It kind of flashes through his mind. My three-year-old son. So he fires, he pulls down the weapon, trying to get it away because Ahmaud Arbery's not stopped. That gunshot, which he knows was near his chest, at least he believes it in this melee, he pulls it down, he pulls it back. You'll see from the video, he goes backwards out of frame because Arbery is rushing him, pulls it down, he fires another shot off frame. You see smoke, you see something spray. And you see Ahmaud Arbery swinging wildly. And he's hitting Travis. You see him hit with his right hand into Travis's head, neck. He is pounding Travis McMichael while Travis is trying to get the gun away. And Travis fires two more times, and you've seen that. It's a horrible, horrible video. And it's tragic. It's tragic that Ahmaud Arbery lost his life. But at that point, Travis McMichael is acting in self-defense. He did not want to encounter Ahmaud Arbery physically. He was only trying to stop him for the police. Self-defense is defined and the court will charge you later.
Your Honor, I'm objecting again. Mr. Rubin is now giving them the law in self-defense.
It is.
So
We are allowed to give a law and opening statement, just as the state did in its opening.
We need to be very clear because, again, we haven't gone through a charge conference in this case. So let's be clear about it, that this is not the charge. So
I expect you'll be charged on self-defense. And I expect this is what you'll be called, be charged, be told by the judge. A person is justified in using force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent death or great bodily injury to himself or to a third person. At the time the shots are fired, Travis McMichael reasonably believes, because Ahmaud Arbery is on him, aggressively, swinging wildly, grabbing hold of him, grabbing hold of the gun, reasonably believes he is justified in firing his weapon, knowing it's gonna kill him. It's gonna at least hurt him. He knows that. He has no choice, because if this guy gets his gun, he's dead, or his dad's dead. And what's he taught in the Coast Guard at the Maritime Law Enforcement Academy? Never lose your weapon. And that's why he shoots. Travis McMichael, within seconds, encounters the police. Officer Minshew, Officer Duggan, they arrive on scene. He cooperates fully. He does whatever they tell him to do. When they say speak, he speaks. When they say don't speak, he doesn't speak. Cooperates fully. He's distraught. He's upset. You'll see this on the video, the body cam of the officers. There's no glee at having done what he just did. It's awful. He's covered in blood, Ahmaud Arbery's blood. And then they take him down to the station, and he cooperates fully with the police and answers every question. When they tell him to write a map of where he went, he tries to write a map of where they went when they encountered each other on Burford and Holmes. And when they ask him to write a statement, he does his best to write out everything he knows to tell the police. There's been a lot written about this case and Travis McMichael's actions. Doesn't matter. What matters now is the evidence that you're going to hear, the facts that you're going to hear, and the law that you're going to be given by Judge Walmsley. You are now the judges of the facts and the applicators of the law in this case. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that Travis McMichael, honestly and lawfully, attempted to detain Ahmaud Arbery according to the law and shot and killed him in self-defense. What we're asking you to do is hard, and it may be unpopular, but we're asking you to recognize your responsibility as jurors in being open to the facts and putting aside emotion and listening to the law and applying that and doing your duty. Because we think the only right verdict is not guilty on each and every count in this indictment. Thank you.
All right, y'all. So y'all see the bullshit. It's simple. It's simple as hell. It's but this is what they get paid for. All right, so they just said they're going on recess, so we got a chance to chat about this. I'll still be keeping an eye, so whenever they come back, we on deck, because we need to pay attention at the angle that they taking. And if you haven't noticed it yet or haven't been told, there are white and I'm not trying to make races for myself, but there's 11 white women. And that's why I put in the chat earlier that he's actually trying to use the kid. Like when he was like, Travis was at home trying to get Everin or whatever his damn son name is to go to sleep. Yeah, all that bullshit. You feel me? But I did drop the link to the chat if y'all want to come up here. I'm on my Chromebook. Never used this before. Because when I woke up, I realized I was late for the cake. I made the trial, so I just grabbed my Chromebook. But let me see if I can play music on here. I'm just want to test something out. Give me a second here. Oh, why did I take that video down? Damn.
So special.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We done, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying. Steady crying cause they see my people murdered. Crackers trying tactics that way's always unheard of. Big dogs and lock chains, man, they used to burn us. And the shit was so crazy that they used to hunt us. Now my people getting murdered in the streets for running. I'm tired of the racing niggas like we nothing. Promise they won't be too happy once a nigga start busting. But that's what they wanna see, a black man caged up in jails and penitentiaries. I swear the system meant to fuck us. Ran by some white man sporting them Benjamin buttons, followed by that white militia that's known to do some handcuffing. Like the Greek freak in Milwaukee, I'm finna start bucking. Thinking that they can control us, they finna start something. 400 years of oppression, now we had enough. Can't you feel the pressure of my people that's finna erupt? Try to be a friendly foe, now we finna power up. Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We done, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
I'm not doing a bad thing. I'm actually was telling the truth. I just got nervous. That's why I was acting stupid at one point. You just gotta believe me. Because I'm actually telling the truth. I'm not trying to lie. I just got nervous.
See, I'm a mother, a sister, a cousin, a friend. How you screaming all lives matter with privileged skin? And if we matter, why we can't just jog for fun? Without these stupid motherfuckers chasing us with guns. And why we can't sleep peaceful in our homes at night? You bust in, we bust.
Hey, can you hear me? Where's the fucking mic?
Oh, man, I lost my damn sound, but can you hear me, Kay?
I can hear you.
Hold on, let me take this off the screen real quick so that people see the lovely K Money in the building. What's going on, Kay?
On camera for a motherfucking change. Oh man, I'm blue mad. You hear me? I'm blue mad right now. They're lying. You see how we've been there from the beginning, Boston, when you sent me that video? What I didn't know is where Ahmaud got shot at. That brother fought for his life, even shot, critically wounded like that. Whew, my hat's off to that brother. You hear me? My hat's off. But I just came in to say hey to everybody. Thank you for sharing this, bro. I'm just speechless. Can you hear me? Who's that? Can you hear me? I don't hear nobody.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
my
on.
phone. That's my phone.
Hold on. You can't hear me? Yeah, it's showing that my mic is working. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I just had a phone call come in. I know. Can y'all hear me? Hey, Chris.
Hey,
Can you
what's
hear me,
going
Chris?
on?
Hi, my brother.
I
I
can
gotta
hear
go
you
back to
fine.
work. You can't hear, boss man?
Okay.
Gotta get back to work.
Yeah.
Love y'all. Don't listen to that bullshit. You know the truth. The Most High got him, and they gonna be all convicted. But I gotta go back to work. I love y'all. Bye. Bye.
Oh yeah. All right. Bye bye. Hold up, man. Can you hear me, B1?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Cool. What's going on, man?
Yeah, what's going on? Hold on for a second. I'm switching earbuds. What's going on, man? Yeah, what's going on? Hold on for a second. I'm switching. Yeah, I can hear you now. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Why the hell? Oh, it won't let me switch to the earbuds while you on. Oh, okay. Anyway, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Man, that's some bullshit. I laughed at every minute of that shit because, dog, it's clearly you can see the angle this dude trying to come at, man. There's no way you can defend that shit, dog. All of that shit sound disgusting, man. For one, if you're an officer, like they supposed to be, one from the Coast Guard, one is an officer. You supposed to have buckshot in the goddamn gun anyway for a warning shot.
Well, for one, he had no business, regardless if he was in the service or did time for the country.
Yeah. Listen
He
to what I'm
can't do
saying.
that shit.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. This point I'm getting to. If you, like the lawyer said, like he tried to frame they shit. You know what I'm saying? If you a goddamn ex-officer and the ex-Coast Guard, whatever the fuck you want to be, basic common sense, if you have a shotgun, the law is you have to use buckshot first. Cause he said he can kill him with no intention. He ain't mean to go kill him. How the fuck you mean to go kill him? And y'all know better when you loading up a shotgun. You supposed to have buckshot, bird shot, then buckshot. You know what I'm saying? That's just one thing that I looked at it. I looked at it like, man, y'all clearly intended to go kill this dude. Then he keep bringing up something about some goddamn car a couple days ago. Somebody tried to break in the car, which is a lie. Man, I hope they lawyers tear their ass apart, dog. Cause I can go in that courtroom right now and just rip him apart. like seriously, man, it's that easy. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I mean,
and then my bad.
Go ahead, bro.
Then with the judge, now I got ears down there. They was getting all the jurors at Coffin Park. And the same motherfucker that the defense do, the same pussy ass motherfucker who talking now, gonna have the audacity to talk about he don't want to get black people because they already had their mind made up. He want to get somebody that don't know nothing about the trial. Let's break this
everybody
down.
knew about the fucking trial.
Thank you. Inside that city, everybody damn near know every motherfucking body and damn sure know about that trial. So how are you gonna be able to pick somebody out that don't know anything about that fucking trial? Seriously, man. Who the fuck do y'all think y'all playing with? And then the judge knew it was wrong, but still got 11 of them hoes on the goddamn.
Exactly. And that's what I was talking about earlier. How he still allowed that shit. That was bullshit, bro. Like, you know, and you even said it. I guess you saying it lets the people know that you acknowledge the shit is happening, but you're gonna continue to rock with it. That's bullshit.
You playing both sides. You playing both sides. You trying to play both sides of the fence because you know he got to get voted in that chair, right? Come on, man. It's politics with that. He knew what was going on. He trying to straddle both sides of the fence, but he still keep the motherfuckers. He still kept the motherfuckers there nonetheless. Yeah. Either you gonna goddamn do what we tell your ass, or you gonna be out this chair next year. That shit don't make no sense at all, man. That whole sit down, it was corny as fuck, man. I was laughing my ass off. I even heard you laughing. Like, what the fuck? I'm like, man, come on, dude. If somebody pull a gun on, then he talking about when he ran around the car, he couldn't see. Nigga, his ugly ass pops was on the back of the goddamn truck. He clearly seen the motherfucker. Then he tried to throw it in, talking about, yeah, he's old. He had a heart attack. Ain't nothing wrong with his eyes. His eyes didn't have a heart attack, motherfucker. He was watching that man when he ran around the truck. You mean to tell me you can't see a motherfucker in the back of the truck running around? He was scared. He was scared he might have had a gun because he was outside his vision. Get the fuck out of here, man. That whole defense is laughable, man. That shit should be on Donkey of the Day.
Taste the blood. So I believe that's what it was about, if you ask me.
Man.
So they found the perfect opportunity that they can walk away scot-free, but that shit ain't gonna happen today, bro.
Nah, the trial shouldn't even last this long. Shouldn't even last this long. Both of y'all got guns against a dude that's jogging down the street in broad daylight. Y'all chasing him. He ain't bothering y'all. And then he talking about somebody, he tried to open the door 11 days ago. What? Really? That case, why y'all didn't call the police right then? Y'all ain't even had to step out your house. You could have called the police. As many a times motherfuckers call the police for motherfuckers that goddamn delivering shit, cutting grass, fucking giving out ballots, all kind of shit. Motherfucker, police just come up on them out the blue. You mean to tell me y'all got to be the motherfuckers who chase them? All you gotta do is sit in the house and call the police. All you have to do. Simple as that. It's back on.
Well, they're not doing nothing right now. This is the news. So I'm gonna put it on mute, but I just wanted to keep it on the screen so everybody can be aware that I am paying attention. It's just not back on yet. So I'm gonna put that on mute.
Yeah. Go ahead, cause I got to go to work. I'm home for break, man.
Okay. All right, bro.
I'm gonna sneak back in.
All right, man.
All right.
Yeah. Maybe I should put it back on the same screen that I'm on. Yeah, because I got this on my TV. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna stop sharing this real quick. I'll put it on the same. But yeah, the link, if y'all want to come up here and voice your opinion like the homie B1 did, because he definitely speaks his mind about it. Hey, come on up here. Come on up here. I don't mind, as long as you're respectful. You know what it is. This is blatant. All this shit is blatant. What message, JBATL? You sent me a message on which video, bro? If you sent it today, I just got up when just moments ago. If you're talking about yesterday, I go back and check. But let me see. Let me check my Oh, yeah, that's cool, bro. I see it now. Yeah, you good, bro. I see it. It's all love, man. Send me your link so I can go check your page out, man. Man, I don't trip like a lot of other motherfuckers do. Shit. When I say I represent black, support all my people that's getting it like me or trying to get it like me, I don't care about that shit, bro. Yeah, you more than welcome to use that, man. All right, so I'm just getting used to this Chromebook because I ain't never used my damn Chromebook to go live. So y'all bear with me, but Let's check out the chat. Yeah, most definitely unconditional love. We gotta unite. And that's why I was talking about that last night on my live. You know what I'm saying? The biggest reason we can't unite, but we're gonna focus on the positive. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm staying on the positive. I gotta practice what the hell I preach. What up? What up, New? What's going on, bro? Long time no see. I know here. Yeah, we just keeping an eye on this case. Put that StreamYard link back in the chat again. Now I can share my screen. All right. That's the wrong way. Got Neutral in the building. All right, let's see what they're talking about on this news broadcast real quick. Oh, she still ain't talking. Yeah, it's a rainy day down here in Georgia. At least Brunswick, that is. They still ain't talking about nothing. Oh, here we go.
Okay. Well, I think he needs to hear what the court has to say before we get started. I am pretty flexible on how we operate. And with coming back on, I said 15 minutes. Sometimes it's a little bit longer. I'm pretty flexible. A couple things, though. And I wish Mr. Sheffield was here, and I'm only going to single him out just because of what just happened. Early on, there was talk about things like where the boards were located and not moving things, and the jumping up without letting the court know what you're doing and starting to move things around. I don't want to call anybody out on it, but that as far as a courtroom is concerned, to me, that's just not etiquette. I think I've said it before, the great thing about the courtroom is it's a great leveling place. And as long as everybody's sort of sticking by the rules, we create a fair environment. One of the things that throws me off is when somebody just kind of jumps up and I don't know where they're coming from or what they're doing. And maybe that's just me. And I trust that Mr. Sheffield has no ill intent at all. But the deputies have a role here. Things are in places for reasons. Before we start jumping up and moving things around, if we could please maybe take a moment and let the court know what we're doing, particularly in the well, that would be, and particularly in the middle of arguments or while the court is active, that would be greatly appreciated. That is my velvet glove way of saying, please don't jump up in the middle of things and just start moving stuff around in the court. For example, the Mondo board, that stuff's all taped down. I mean, we start moving that thing around. The next thing I know, it's falling onto Mr. Bryan, and all of a sudden we've got a greater issue than just possibly where the Mondo board may be. So please just, if we could adhere to some of that formality, that would be greatly appreciated by the court. Okay. Is there a comment on that?
Something for the record. Mr. Sheffield certainly couldn't have appreciated it, but when we moved the Mondo board or Mondo screen during the opening argument of Mr. Rubin, it prevented Mr. Bryan and I from observing the screen. And for the record, I'm awaiting cataract surgery after this trial. I cannot see the screen in the back. I have to be able to see this one. But for the sake of the record, and the reason I'm bringing it up is on the record with Mr. Bryan's consent, we are waiving any objection with respect to the obstruction of the exhibits during the presentation of Mr. Rubin's opening. That's not an issue for us on appeal, but in the future, for all parties, our ability to see this screen is critically important to his right to a fair trial.
When we moved it back, did we check the sight lines for the jury? Whoever moved it back?
I did, and it's good.
Okay, so it's back to where it was. Okay. It's little things, but sometimes.
I swear to God, that goddamn lawyer gets on my goddamn nerves.
All right. Is counsel for Greg McMichael ready to go?
Ready.
Okay. All right, I've got all defendants present, represented by counsel. Let's go get the panel.
So as we wait on the panel, what y'all think so far about the defense? Do you think folks buying it, or do you think it don't even fucking matter if they buy it or not? They're gonna rock with what they say anyway because of their race. I hate to do that, but it's the truth. Here come the homie Neutral. Let me bring him up real quick. Let me take this down. What's up, New?
What up, bro?
Coolin', man, coolin'.
Is that me like that? Cut that down.
Yeah, I got you up here.
What up? I didn't even hear if you had a question to ask before I got up here.
Huh?
I said I didn't hear if you asked a question before I got up here.
I asked a question. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the trial this morning, but
no, I ain't watched none of it, bro.
Okay, then you couldn't answer my question then. Oh. But in case you didn't know, they got 11 white women as juror and 1 black man.
I thought it was all white jury.
Unless that dude, because I know they did say something about. Hold on. Oh yeah, I know they said the dude was sick or something, but I don't know if he got replaced or not.
Oh no.
It was only 1 black guy and 11 women, so I'm not sure.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna just say this, right? I'm gonna just put this out here like this. I mean, I ain't calling this no conspiracy or anything like that. I'm just saying to the real people out there, this a little different than the cops. This a little different than the cop shit. So if these men get off, it's gonna cause a problem.
Yeah, most definitely.
What I'm saying is to the people, I think they want this problem to happen.
Out of his truck, parked in his driveway, using it as.
Go ahead, my fault. I didn't mean to cut y'all.
I just think they might use this to cite violence across America because this is one of them things that can. The cop shit normally go off in the cities, but this shit right here, this shit might strike some shit, around the world. So I'm just be prepared, or brace yourself and hold your wits, hold yourself in your chairs because you don't want to go out there doing nothing stupid or following nobody doing nothing stupid.
No, I agree with you. And I was finna say something, but I wanted to get back to this. I was thinking about that, but that could have happened with George Floyd too. But we'll see.
We're dealing with the police though.
Yeah. You got a point.
Normally, when it's dealing with the police, they only take out what's in the town. It's like it becomes like a city thing or wherever you at. But this shit, like I say, bro, this shit right here, this shit could snap the whole fucking southern hemisphere. Like all y'all down there could be mad as shit after this. So I'm just watch this shit, bro. Like,
we're gonna listen to old boy, man, see what he talking about here.
The house under construction, where surveillance videos, first one, then a couple, and then several, had video recorded him, as you've seen and heard. Not once or twice, but 4 times at night. Not in the bright light of day, but in the dark of night. So what did Greg believe he was doing, this man, in the house on those occasions? What did he think he was doing? Well, Larry English, the owner of the house, had described him to police as plundering around. That same man, Larry English, had reported this to 911, to Greg's neighbors, and to the Glenn County police officer, Robert Rash. And it got to Greg McMichael. This same man who had been captured on surveillance video. As Mr. Rubin told you, infrared lighting, it's lit up for us to see. But if you were the person in that house in the dark of night, you wouldn't see anything except possibly the little red infrared lights of a camera, if that. Inside that house where, so Greg had been repeatedly told by Larry English, Diego Perez, Officer Robert Rash, where he had been told that thousands of dollars of electronic equipment had gone missing, stolen, from a boat not visible to any camera. And so when Greg McMichael said later to police he had not seen him take anything, well, the camera wasn't on that boat from which all the items were taken. And this happened in a neighborhood that had experienced break-ins and burglaries and thefts over many months. And you saw some of those Facebook postings the neighbors had put up. The same guy that Officer Rash had canvassed the neighborhood with a screenshot of him from one of those surveillance cameras, asking people, knocking on their doors and asking them, have you seen this man? Do you know this man? Showed the screenshot of him to Greg McMichael. That same guy that Officer Rash told Greg McMichael, nobody in the neighborhood knows him, nor had ever seen him before in that neighborhood. And then in December, Officer Rash sent a text to homeowner Larry English. And this is what he told him. Your neighbor at 229 Sedilla Drive, and it's actually 230 Sedilla Drive, is Greg McMichael. Greg is retired law enforcement and also a retired investigator from the DA's office. He said, please call him day or night when you get action on your camera. His number is, and he gives him his cell phone number. The same guy in that house that Greg's son Travis saw with his own eyes. At that house yet again, the night of February 11, 2020, just 12 days before the tragic events that bring us here to this courtroom. And on that occasion, as you've heard already, when Travis saw that same man, he made that furtive movement to his pocket in the dark of night, in a situation and circumstance that made Travis think, as you've heard, he might have a gun. And of course, he reported that to his dad, who also thought he may have had a gun that night. A signal to both of these men, that movement, that this man may be armed. So on February 23, 2020, 12 days after that night, when Greg McMichael saw Ahmaud Arbery sprint past him on that sunny Sunday afternoon, not only did Greg recognize him as the same guy, he also believed from the manner of his running, sprinting, and the direction from which he ran, the English house to his left and past him on Satilla Drive deeper into the neighborhood. That, as he told police later that same day, he thought he was running from someone or something, that he was being chased just by the manner in which he was running, sprinting. He thought that he had just been spotted, he told the police, in someone's house, in or around someone, perhaps harming someone. Law enforcement trained and experienced for 30 years. Greg noted specific features that he saw as this running man ran past him that matched precisely the man he'd seen on surveillance video before. Young, black, male, 5 feet, 10 inches, slender, muscular, with short hair that Greg described as short dreads, twists, wearing a white t-shirt. There might be a chance, finally, Greg thought, as he told the police later that day, for the police to question this man, to find out, who are you? Why are you here? No one in the neighborhood knows you. And we've had all of these problems in our neighborhood, specifically at that house, but at many other houses. A man who had eluded police up till then, as Greg said to the police later that day, no one could ever catch him. He said to Officer Brandeberry on the street at the scene that day. If only he could be detained long enough, Greg thought, long enough for the police to arrive. So they are using his truck as a workbench. Greg dropped his tools, left his project, ran into his house, called out to his son, Travis, the same guy is back. The same guy is back. Let's go. Believing that he was the man who had burglarized Larry English's house, believing that Larry English's house had in fact been burglarized. He had never been told anything different, never been told there were other places Larry English had taken his boat where his stuff might have been taken. He had never been told anything different. Believing that he may be armed, wearing pants with pockets. Greg grabs his gun.
Nice try.
Travis too. And they piled into Travis's truck. Parked there at the house near Greg's truck. And you can see it on video. You'll see it later. They piled into the truck, Travis in the driver's seat. And as you've already heard, Greg, all 230 pounds of him then, he's smaller now, stuffed into a child's car seat, and really not into it, but on top of it. His face almost in the windshield as he's sitting on top of this car seat, strapped into the passenger seat. He couldn't just snatch it out and then jump in and sit in the seat. It was locked in. And as they pulled out to the street to turn right to pursue this running man that they suspected to be a burglar, there stood down the street, not very far away, Matt Albenzi. Matt Albenzi, you've heard, and you'll hear from him. A man who had walked up his street, had seen Ahmaud Arbery in the house, had taken his cell phone, had called the police, and while standing near a tree, looking at the house, locked eyes with Ahmaud Arbery, who ducked down and then came out of the house, and you saw the still photo, was off, running. And when Greg and Travis got into Travis's truck, and we all know this, speech occurs not only with the words that come from our mouth, but with the expressions on our face, the hand signals we give, many of which we know speak words. Matt Albenzi, who was walking up the street, went like that to Travis and Greg. There he goes. In fact, he's saying on the 911 call that he's on, there he goes. He's running. Waving his arm in a motion that conveyed a clear message to these men that he is the same guy. Matt Albenzi had seen
What up, Ja?
and heard about this guy.
Yo, what's going on?
There he goes. The same man. In just a few short minutes, they would catch up
Just
to
mute your
Ahmaud
mic,
Arbery
so
on
whenever
Burford.
you got
saw
something
the
to
one
say,
still photo
you can
from
unmute it. But
Mr.
you was making a
Bryant's
noise in the back.
house,
So
the
that you
motion
mute.
detected photo of the truck and Mr. Arbery. They would catch up to him and they would have
That's
the
Miss Wanda.
conversations Mr. Rubens just replayed for you and that you'll hear in this case. On Burford Road, tell him to stop. We want to talk to you. Tell him the police have been called. And when Ahmaud Arbery turned ultimately from them without saying a word and ran back the way he'd come, Travis stopped his truck. Greg took that opportunity to get himself out of that car seat and climbed the best he could into the bed of the truck where there's a toolbox that he could sit on. And there he sat. And as Travis drove the direction that has been described, the opposite direction from Ahmaud Arbery, who has by now run back to Satilla Drive while Travis and Greg drive the opposite direction to Zell.
What up, Unc Fed? You in the
They're
building.
going in opposite directions. And Mr. Arbery is turning back in the direction from which he had come. Mr. Bryan is behind him, watching him, apparently. And Travis drives his truck around Zellwood, not knowing which way Ahmaud Arbery would run, not knowing that he would turn off Satilla and run down Holmes. And up on Holmes, Travis turns. And Ahmaud Arbery and Travis McMichael with Greg in the truck, now in the back of the truck, pass each other like this. And ultimately, and you'll hear more details throughout the case, Travis parks the truck, stops, and Ahmaud Arbery is out of sight around that dog leg you've seen. And there stood Greg in the back of the truck. And you've heard already from Mr. Rubin that Travis thought Greg had called 911. Greg didn't have a phone on him. Travis dialed it and handed it to his father. And that's where you see him standing in the bed of Travis's truck, looking back now towards Ahmaud Arbery, who's turned around. When you saw the video earlier when the state played it, when Mr. Arbery turns around, he turns back toward the McMichaels. They're already stopped up on Holmes. They're already there. They've passed him. And they're now waiting for the police to come, keeping an eye out for which direction he may go. They can't even see him. And then here he comes back. And there's Greg with his phone to his ear on the 911 call. And as Ahmaud runs towards the truck on the video we've all
If Travis wouldn't have shot Ahmaud, his dad
everywhere,
would have.
that you're
He's
gonna
still in
see
the back
many
of that damn
times,
truck
no
and
doubt,
pointing
in
that
this
gun at
trial.
Ahmaud. We ain't stupid.
He's on the phone. He's describing to the person at 911 where they are best he can. He doesn't even know the name of the street. He just tells them Satilla Shores near his house. And then you hear him as Ahmaud gets close to the back of the truck. You hear him yell, "Stop right there. Damn it. Stop." And then the next thing you hear, and the last word you hear him say on that phone is, "Travis." Because by then, Greg has turned as Ahmaud Arbery is running past the truck, and he sees him turn towards his only son. He drops that phone to the floor of the truck, in the bed of the truck. He's now in abject fear that he is about to witness his only son possibly be shot and killed in front of his very eyes.
With what? With what?
And then that man did something so unexpected to Greg McMichael, so incomprehensible to him. He turned sharp left. He didn't cut right, go
Ahmaud
across
was
the
gonna put them
yard
hands on his
to
ass. That's what he
Satilla
was finna do.
Shores and down the street and on his way. The direction, as you've heard, is the only way into that neighborhood with police on the way. No, he turned left towards a man with a shotgun. And he was on Travis instantly. Clearly, it seemed to Greg McMichael, attempting to take the gun from his son. And as any reasonable person would believe, he would take that gun if he could, and he would use it to shoot. It had been in this house where things had been taken, and that he may have been the person who took them. Were there good reasons to believe that as he ran past Greg McMichael that day, that he was fleeing from someone or something who had seen him in that house or near that house, which turned out to be exactly what happened? That afternoon, after the tragedy unfolded that we're here for, Greg sat down to give a lengthy interview to police officer Parker Marcy. And Officer Marcy asked Greg, and these are his words, "What was your intent? Should this guy have stopped?" Greg's answer to hold him till you come check him out. There was no doubt in my mind, having seen the videos, who this guy was. Still quoting. My intention was to stop this guy so he could be arrested or be identified at the very least. On that day, at that place, at that time, Greg McMichael was absolutely sure this was the guy. The same guy he had seen on surveillance videos. Inside a house multiple times where Greg had sound reasons to believe theft had occurred, burglary. Greg was absolutely sure. He was absolutely certain. His suspicions were well founded. And I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I've been doing this a long time, and I consider a room like this, an American courtroom, to be practically a sacred place. It's in here that the facts will unfold for you. It's in this room where you will decide the truth. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the truth of this case is that Greg McMichael is not guilty of any of these crimes.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue.
So, y'all hear the bullshit?
Mr. Goff, ready to proceed?
And want to salute everybody for sliding through. We are watching the trial live.
Go ahead.
We're gonna bring John back up.
7 minutes or so, and then we will continue with opening arguments.
What up, John?
Yeah. You notice how he kept on saying he thought he had a gun, or it looked as if he had a gun, or I just got to saying not too long ago, like the other day, how people already they already assume that we already have something on us, rather we have it on us or not. You know what I'm saying? And like I said the other day, like how white people I'm good. Like if you don't want to be that person to always bring it up, I'm good for it. But how white people, as I call them, the Edomites, they already come in knowing the loopholes and things to get around things. You know what I'm saying? And I was gonna say, shit, they gave them plenty of time to make a hell of a story. Shit, they write fucking children books or some shit, cause they sound like they got that story together. They had enough time to get that shit right and practice it down pat, boy. That's
yeah, they had it down pat. They had a lot of time to prepare, but let's get back to it and see what he's talking about.
I wanted to do that outside the presence of the jury. And when I said outside the record, I meant outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I'll go ahead and take a look at it. I guess from the standpoint, I'll tell you, Mr. Goff, I've been doing this for almost a decade, and this is the first time counsel has asked for that. Let me look at what the rule that you're trying to act under and the ABA standards that you're talking about. What you're asking the court, though, is to reserve until the state's case in chief has concluded.
Yes, we have the right to do that under 10.2. It was not always clear, but it became clear. And
I'll tell you, a decade I've been doing it, it just hasn't happened before the court. So I just need to look at the rule, make sure I understand exactly what you're asking the court. And if the court needs to take any additional steps in order to do that, I'll do that. But I'm going to go ahead and take a step off and take a look at it.
Thank you.
Which means
I missed what the fuck he asked.
Estimate then that we're probably not going to get into evidence today. Well, I say that if we're reserving, all right, well, if we're reserving, then maybe we will. So let me think that through. All right. All right, well, we'll recess. Say we'll do 10 minutes. We'll just take a quick look at it.
All right. So they're taking a recess. Did anybody catch what Buddy said? What he asked? I missed it. I was trying to listen to the homie Jah at the same time while he was talking in my headphones, but I missed what the hell he asked for. I'm gonna drop that link in the chat one more time as well. Anybody want to come up here? Jah, did you catch what he asked? Jah, did you put yourself on mute, buddy, to let you know.
Nah, I didn't happen to catch what he said.
All right. I wish I had my damn video up there. I'll be playing that shit right now.
But yeah, it's kind of like I told somebody I said either I told somebody or I put it on Snapchat one time how whenever people started finding out that they so-called made it to where you don't have they don't have to do background checks and and people just start freely getting what I'm saying, holsters and shit when they been packing guns and shit. But it's like whenever they find out, whenever the government gave them a dog treat, they went crazy. You know what I'm saying? Not knowing that in most states that's already been legal. Like you know what I'm saying? They can't legally register guns in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't have no registration on guns in Texas. So, and people who ain't really just been gun heads, they wouldn't know of a thing like that. But then they'd be so proud of this, and it's like it's always been here. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, but people wouldn't know that. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like they throw out laws. You know what I'm saying? Like this happened, and they thought he had a gun. They thought he might. Okay, let's give him this law. You know what I'm saying? Where it could be the wild wild west. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to guess if you have a gun. Everybody should have a gun. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, we don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, now we don't have to guess. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how I feel like they just give out, especially when they give out laws like that, you got to be careful because the laws already ain't for us. What makes you think they going to give us laws? You know what I'm saying? If they putting laws out there, they to work against us. You know what I'm saying? Not for us. You just got to look
Most
at the
definitely.
laws.
And Lorraine, what's going on, Lorraine? Lorraine actually sent me something I think it was yesterday, or it could have been the day before yesterday, about their right to bear arms. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand what it means. It means not only do you have the right to have a gun, but you have the right to bear it with you where you go at. You know what I'm saying? So you have to dig deep into these laws anyway, first and foremost, so you can understand. And they write them in a way where they think the uneducated won't know. So you gotta definitely do your own research and look into these things that we think we know, but we have no idea. But let me shout out Miss Earl in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you for sliding through. Just want to check out the chat real quick, but you said some real shit. Real shit, bro. What's going on, everybody? See, Bam said he want to do something outside the jury. He want to reserve until. Yeah, I heard just pretty much what you heard, but I didn't catch the whole thing, Bam. Yeah, I have to do a little replay on it. But for those who just joining us, we are watching the trial of Ahmaud Arbery. She was killed right here in my city back in February of 2020. That's why I actually dropped Inspired on that day, in case y'all didn't know that. Because that dude inspired me, because just what one of the lawyers said earlier, he when Travis picked up the gun and pointed it at Ahmaud, talking about that was supposed to de-escalate the situation. Nah, not down here. You know, that's why Ahmaud is an inspiration to me, because that dude fought to the end, even after he got shot in his chest, but he was still fighting until that second shot hit him. He couldn't do no more. That dude is a real inspiration. You know what I'm saying? Now, I will say this, you know, that's not normal. It's not normal for anyone to run at someone when they have the opportunity to run away. But let's say he did run away. He probably would have shot him in his back. Because if you ask me, I think all this was intended to happen from the McMichaels in the fucking first place. You feel me? But what up, bro? Oh, I thought you said something.
Yeah, am I unmuted?
No, you good.
Okay.
I hear you.
No, I was tripping over here on my side. It said I was still muted. But yeah, I agree with you, bro. I feel like it was already intended. Like I said, how these white folks come into the world knowing the loopholes and what to say, what not to say, what to do, what not to do. You know, I feel like even from the police call, I feel like the only reason why that was known is because to you know what I'm saying, save their ass basically. You know what I'm saying? Like for them, you know what I'm saying, for now, for this, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it was already intended, you know what I'm saying? But everything that was led up, you know what I'm saying? Like basically when you grow up knowing what you got to say to cover your eyes, you know what I'm saying? Like these people are not these white country, whatever you want to call them, they're not stupid. You know what I'm saying? They watch movies and shit too. How you got to make alibis for shit. You know what I'm saying? How you got to have, you know, how you got to have your shit right.
Well, Greg was a former police officer, so he knew what the fuck to do.
You know what I'm saying? So come on, man. These people got to know. Like it was more to it. The third dude was already recording. You know, now they trying to play it off as it was like a neighborhood watch type shit. No, dude.
But you
They
know
put
what?
that in there. They put that in there because they had that third dude in there. If it wasn't that third dude, they wouldn't be trying to play that neighborhood watch type shit. I see the game that they playing, and they playing it smooth. That's what I'm saying. Like shit, they had enough time to think this shit out smooth, like, and they playing that shit smooth, and it's going. And that's the reason why. Oh boy, he wasn't lying when he was like, it might shake up the world. It might make some people mad. It might make a lot of motherfuckers mad because hey, motherfuckers ain't gonna like the verdict on what this shit might be, cause it might look scary. For real.
Yeah. But the thing is, one thing I do believe, I don't think they knew Roddy was recording that shit, because that was really stupid on his behalf. Because if we wouldn't have had that on film, we wouldn't know how the situation happens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The fact that he recorded it, that's what fucked them up 100%. Let me go.
Or like they got it so well thought out. They probably was just trying to, you know what I'm saying, on some clan shit, trying to make a statement or something, you know what I'm saying, and thought it was gonna go smoother than what it is, you know what I'm saying, because they got all the alibis in order, you know what I'm saying, like they literally fighting it right, like if you were to fight something, come on now, they fighting it right, and it's just like what Jay was saying, like he want to go with the law, not against the law. You know what I'm saying? Because if you go with the law, shit, they can't beat you, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to go with the law. I see the scheme that they playing, and they're trying to play it smooth. But I know the bullshit too, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you. Happy heavenly birthday to Bam's mom. May you sleep in peace. We read some of these comments, man, while we got a chance. They still on recess. I am paying attention, people. Real Brooklyn said it's scary to think that people like this feel they have a right to shoot and kill someone of color because they know the system, to some degree, will agree with them. Falls under that privilege.
Nah,
Yeah.
it ain't like it's an agreement that it should have happened. I'm just saying that's the reason why they feel like it's so easy for them to get off. You know what I'm saying? I'm never agreeing. I don't think even rather you black or whatever. If somebody's just running like and you don't even like, come on now, police officers can't shoot if you can't really feel like your life is really in danger. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
she
Like.
wasn't disagreeing with you, bro.
Oh no, I'm just saying like
Oh.
I didn't want to make it seem like I was trying to agree that it was justice or right of them, you know what I'm saying, doing what they're doing just because they know what they're talking about now. I'm saying they smart enough to have alibis and put them in order to get their shit correct now. You know what I'm saying? And they had enough time to get it right. You know what I'm saying? These people gave them damn near 2 years just to get a whole story in order. You know what I'm saying? Who wouldn't try to get it right?
Well, evidence is evidence. It got to go to trial. Of course, you know, we got 12 jurors that unfortunate for, you know, the prosecution. It's not looking good in that sense. But if you ask me, I think the evidence is going to speak for itself. Hell, the fucking recording speaks for itself. We don't give a fuck what Greg or Travis says why they did what they did. The fact of the matter is they had no fucking business doing what they did. You're no longer a cop. If you see a crime being committed, which they did not, you supposed to call the police, which they did. But at that point, it's up to the police. Now,
Why did you
I know
pursue?
in some situations, they say you make him follow from a distance, but you never supposed to encounter the motherfucking suspect. That is the police job. But no, they took the law in their own hand and did the unthinkable. Now, who would have said if the police would have pulled up, they wouldn't have pulled some bullshit. We haven't seen that around here in our city, but who said it wouldn't happen? But at least them dumb fucks wouldn't be going to jail. So they put themselves in a situation I don't have no fucking sympathy for them.
Yeah, true, and I agree with you. That's what I've always agreed with too. Like the initial why did they pursue? If your life wasn't in threat or in danger, you know what I'm saying? Why did it take three grown males to pursue a jogging male? And I at first I didn't know it was late in the afternoon or at night that they call it. I thought it was like early morning. You know what I'm saying? Sunrise coming up, but
It was noon. The only reason I know because I was on my way to work. I had to be to work at 1:30. So when I was pulling out on our neighborhood with me and Ahmaud live at, when he lived at, he was alive. The police was shooting past. I'm going down 95. That's all I see is police. And when I got to the my job, you know, I went straight to Facebook to see what the fuck was going on. What the fuck? Okay, look like they back maybe. I was like, what the fuck is that noise? But anyway, they still ain't on the screen yet. I'll let y'all know when it is. But when I got to the job, there was already stories saying he broke in somebody's house and the owner of the house shot and killed him, which was not the case at all. But it looks like they back, so we're gonna bring them back on the screen. So let's get down here. What up, Corinne? Yeah, he never a suspect, and that's why I stated that when they approached him, telling him to stop. For what, motherfucker? I don't know you. Why am I stopping? In his mind, I ain't do nothing. Why the fuck these motherfuckers chasing me? You feel me? So with that alone, they should be locked up for just malice murder, point blank, period. Koreans, they showed the video in open statements this morning, but I'm pretty sure they didn't show it on YouTube.
Here, I don't want to get into what any of that topic of conversation is. I do want to just confirm, Mr. Bryan, that you've had the discussion with your counsel on this issue.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
And do you need any additional time to speak with your lawyer about deferring opening statements until the end of the state's case in chief?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I inquire? In my previous experience, it has been state arrests, directed verdict motion, defendant's opening, and then the defense presentation of the case. But the phrasing here is a little odd, meaning the state rests and then he does his opening statement, and then we do a directed verdict. And then he's going to do his presentation of evidence. I'm just a little.
Close its evidence, that motions for directed verdict, if any, would be heard by the court at that time. And in the unlikely event that my motion for directed verdict as to all counts is denied, then at that time, I would make my opening statement.
Sounds like everybody's on the same page.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Well, then, before I bring the panel back, is the state's first witness available?
Yes, the state's first witness is available.
So what we'll do is, let's get the formalities of this on the record, then I'll bring the panel back in. Mr. Goff, if you would go ahead and indicate on the record your deferral, and we'll get right into the evidence. All right, state ready to proceed?
Yes, the state's ready.
Travis McMichael, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Very good, Michael.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go get the panel.
All right, they bringing the panel in. The hometown clearly stated that they thought the homeless couple was stealing from them. Yeah, just to go back to Brooklyn question, yeah, they had videos of several people walking in the house. But they trying to say that Ahmaud walked in the house at night. But if you see the picture, which I'm gonna try to find it and show you guys, that was not Ahmaud. It was not Ahmaud. That dude was shorter and he was lighter. But of course, that's not going to be mentioned. I'm pretty damn sure of that. Or it might not even be shown to the juror.
rise for jury, please. Please be seated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the case. Thank you for your patience. It is appreciated. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, at this time, on behalf of defendant William Roderick Bryan, we reserve, that is, defer our opening statement in this matter.
With Mr. Bryan reserving opening statement, is the state ready to proceed with evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
From the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state will call William Duggan.
This one, he said they wasn't going to present evidence today, but looks like we are.
I see counsel briefly. Yes. You can go ahead and see.
I smell bullshit. Yeah. Something ain't right. Something ain't right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we go in kind of fits and starts sometimes. I'm going to ask that you go ahead and take a step outside the courtroom. You're going to be coming back in just a moment. Thank you.
So rise for jury, please. So rise, please. Please be seated.
All right, Officer Duggan, if I could please just have you exit the courtroom. You're going to be coming right back in. I just need to address the matter with counsel.
Yes, sir.
All right. The reason that I am pausing before this witness, there was yesterday a discussion about some evidence that would be coming in, specifically Officer Duggan's body cam. The footage in the body cam for anyone, and particularly those probably that are not as accustomed to seeing those types of images, could in some way be surprising or may elicit some reaction. I noted during opening statements that there was a reaction to the video that has already, I'll just refer to it as the video. And didn't say anything at that point, but I had mentioned to counsel yesterday that I generally try to prepare a gallery if something's coming that may result in a response from members of the gallery.
What's going on, ladies? Welcome, K Money. Welcome, Lorraine. What's going on, my good people?
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. I'm on mic. Hey,
You still on mute?
I'm off mute now, ain't I?
Yeah, you good.
Am I still? Yeah, no. I got 7% battery. I'm gonna log down and I'll catch you when I get home. I'm on my way home now.
All right.
Okay, just letting you know. Okay, shalom.
All right. Shalom.
I'll take a moment or two.
Was talking about something about the images, I guess, affecting people. What's going on, sis? Brother's wife in the building. What's going on, sis?
Yeah, I almost missed it, but what I wanted to know is if they ever changed the law, the citizen's arrest. Did that ever go through?
Oh yeah, you must be. See, you gotta listen real close to Still Running. You remember
As
when
we're
I
doing
said
this, I've done this in other emotions, as I indicated.
I like that new law they made for their baby. It should be named after him.
Yes.
Yeah, they
So it
changed
did
that.
go.
They
It
can't do
did
that.
pass then. Okay.
Yep, you went through.
Good. That's
All right.
excellent.
Let's go get the panel.
Absolutely. Modern day lynching. You're damn right. Spiritualizing. That's all this was. Remember, the KKK just changed outfits. They now wear a badge. Bringing the jury back in.
All right for a jury.
Yeah, Uncle Charles. They actually showed. I believe they showed the jury the video and the opening statement. Of course, we didn't see it, but I think it was shown.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Go ahead, have a seat. Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. All right, please state your name for the record and spell it for our court reporter.
William Duggan, William Duggan.
And it's Officer Duggan, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there a special designation that I'm missing, like sergeant or lieutenant or something like that?
No, ma'am.
All right. And how are you currently employed?
With the Glenn County Police Department.
How long have you been with the Glenn County Police Department?
Just over 12 years.
All right. And have you been in law enforcement all those 12 years, or is there some law enforcement before joining Glenn County?
Before that.
All right. So how many years in total have you been with law enforcement?
14 years.
All right. So let's talk about what your current job duties and responsibilities are with the Glenn County Police Department.
Yes, ma'am. I'm assigned to the patrol division. I've been there for my 12 years with the department. It involves regular routine calls, day-to-day calls, thefts, violent felonies, misdemeanors, traffic accidents, etc. Anything that comes our way.
So does the patrol division, is that the division that usually responds to like 911 calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any kind of 911 call?
That is correct, from 911 hangups to anything else that's going on.
Okay.
All right. Now, within the Glenn County system, when you respond to a 911 call, is a report generated based on the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what happens if the 911 call is kind of maybe unfounded, or like, for instance, you get a call for a burglary, but you get there and it turns out it's nothing. There's an alarm going off.
We would change the title of it with our CAD system, which is the computer-aided dispatch, through our dispatcher, and we would close it out unfounded or something else if it was something not a burglar.
Okay. So you get a response for one type of call, and it turns out it's a different kind of call.
Yes.
All right. Now, have you attended classes or trainings with the Georgia Peace Officer Standards Training Council?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. And we commonly call that POST?
That is correct.
All right. So are you, in fact, a post-certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right. So as a post-certified law enforcement officer, what do you have to do to maintain your post-certification?
Standard right now per year is a minimum mandatory 20 hours of in-service training. In-service training is sometimes required courses, which is mandated by post each year, such as de-escalation, use of force, firearms training, and most officers will get more than the 20 hours per year.
Okay. And you maintain your training?
Yes.
All right. Now, have you had any training in the medical field?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. Tell the jury about your training within the medical field.
Since I've been employed or through post-training and other training, I've had at least a minimum of 184 hours of medical training. That ranges from basic first aid, CPR, first responder training, which would be the next level up for more serious injuries that a first responder as a police officer would handle, getting to a scene of an accident or a stabbing or just somebody falling off of a ladder. Also then officer survival, which has a basis in that course of taking care of serious injuries. Active shooter response, which also involves dealing with traumatic injuries, and tactical first aid, which would be dealing with serious injuries, gunshots, whatnot, in an active shooter situation where you have to move and try and assist the survival of somebody during a shooting.
Okay. So when you get called to a scene of, say, a shooting, what's the priority at the scene?
Upon first arriving on a scene of a shooting, you want to make sure it's safe for the officer and for the citizens around you. Once it's determined to be safe by yourself or other officers, then you would secure the crime scene. That could be putting up tape and whatnot and preserving the evidence that is at the scene so it can be processed, analyzed, investigated by follow-up officers and investigators.
Okay. So officer safety is first priority.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So even if someone's injured, but it's still a dangerous scene, what happens?
You can't help them if something happens to you, so you got to make sure you're safe first.
Got it. Got it. Now, in the patrol division, is the patrol division divided up in the Glenn County Police Department by like areas or zones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are some of those areas and zones?
They go one, there's no zone 3, but we have 1 through 11. And they're in various parts of the county. The southern part of the county is what we call as a Baker 9, around the exit 29 area of 95. The northern part would be exit 36. That encompasses Baker 6, Baker 11. To the western part of the county is Baker 8. The southern part, or the southern part from the interchange, exit 36 would be at Baker 6. And then the eastern side would be Baker 5 and 10. And then the island, St. Simon's Island, Sea Island, comprises Baker 1, 2, and 4.
All right. So the Satilla Shores neighborhood, is that Baker 9?
Yes, ma'am, that is Baker 9.
All right. And in your experience, 12 years on patrol, how bad is Baker 9 as far as crime in general?
It has its fair share of calls. It's one of our biggest territories for the Baker. which would have one officer assigned to it. It's a large territory, which is usually handled by that one officer due to the lack of call volume that is down there. So,
Okay. So let me try to get this right. Baker 9, which covers the southern part, including Satilla Shores,
yes,
on any 8-hour shift has how many officers assigned in a patrol car?
usually one unless there's an overlapping shift.
Okay. Low call volume.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So now, as a post-certified law enforcement officer, what do you normally drive?
Usually a marked patrol car, has Glenn County on the side, says police with the emblems, lights on top, visible, not hidden lights. Currently, I'm driving a 2015 Dodge Charger.
All right. And what do you generally wear as a post-certified law enforcement officer?
On patrol, it's full uniform with shoulder patches, a badge present, gun belt, pretty much it.
Do you also wear body cam?
I do. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about the Satilla Shores neighborhood. What county does Satilla Shores fall into?
That is Glenn County, Georgia.
All right, Glenn County. And back in 2019 or 2020, were you patrolling Baker 9?
No, I was not.
All right. Prior to February of 2020, did you know defendant William R. Bryan, seated over there?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so you didn't know him prior to that?
No.
All right. Did you know Travis McMichael?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you know Greg McMichael?
Where's he at?
If you could stand up, I know it's a court reporter there, you got the whole thing.
Yes, ma'am. I've had an occasion to meet him.
All right. And you say occasions to meet him. Was that in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And on the realm of scales of relationships, from really, really close best friend over to someone I maybe knew their first name to wave at, where did he fall?
He was first name.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention specifically right now to Sunday, February 23rd, 2020, at approximately 1 to 1:15 p.m. in the afternoon that day. Were you actually working that day as a Glenn County police officer or in some other capacity?
Another capacity.
And tell the jury what that capacity was.
We have our primary functions as police officers, and the community, businesses, organizations will hire us in an off-duty capacity, but with the presence of a full uniform and a marked patrol car for traffic duties, security duties, banks, churches, et cetera, like that. On that day, I was working, or I had completed a shift working for a local church.
So sort of an approved second job as service to the community, like at the church.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
All right. So how were you dressed that day?
Full uniform as previously described.
All right. And what vehicle were you in?
I was in a 2015 fully marked Dodge Charger.
All right. So I'm going to ask you this. Did you respond to the homicide scene at the corner of Holmes and Satilla Drive in the Satilla Shores neighborhood on February 23rd, 2020?
I did, yes.
All right. So where were you at and why did you go to that location?
On the way home from the off-duty job that I was working, I had stopped at a local business to pick up some lunch, and had gone across the street to pick up some drinks. And while I was obtaining my stuff in the drive-thru, the radio was on as required, and I heard Officer Minshew come across the radio advising of shots fired, and a person was down on the ground in the street. I knew where he was located at, which was approximately maybe 2 miles away. The jurisdiction, the location of his beat, Baker 9, I knew to closest backup unit to him was probably 9 to 10 miles away at the closest. They would have to come from exit 36 area. So I immediately responded to assist him.
All right. What did you find when you arrived at the corner of Holmes and Satilla Drive on February 23rd, 2020? Just describe it for the jury.
When I arrived, there was Officer Minshew's patrol car was parked at the intersection. I parked a little bit to the right back of him. I saw him out walking around. I believe he was beginning to take some pictures of the scene. I did see a black male laying on the ground in the middle of the roadway on the pavement. There were a couple of other people walking around, milling around. There was a vehicle in the road further back past the person that was down on the ground.
Did you see any firearms or weapons?
Immediately upon arriving, I did not notice anything at the initial on-scene response.
Okay. And the only officer there when you arrived was who?
Officer Minshew.
All right. Prior to coming in today, you and I have spoken, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you get the opportunity to review your body cam video from that day?
Yes, I did.
All right. When I showed it to you, was it a fair and accurate depiction of the body cam video of your actions on the afternoon of Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Now, with body cam, when you hit the button and it started, what kind of technical issue with your body cam happens?
When you're in the on position, to activate them manually, you'll double press, double tap the center of the camera, which will activate it. You'll hear a beep, and then it'll start recording audio and video. Prior to that, in standby mode, when it's on a continuous loop, which means it's always recording, but with no audio. Upon activating it, either by lights or some other technology that'll activate it simultaneously, it'll record 30 seconds prior to with no audio upon activation. So the last 30 seconds, I was just talking to you. If I had my body camera in standby mode, it would see my hands moving, people blinking and whatnot, but no audio. And upon activating it, the audio would start from there with 30 seconds prior of no audio.
Is that what happened with your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 219, Officer Duggan's body cam video.
Subject to the court's prior rulings. And may I say, could we get the mic a little closer? It's very difficult to hear this far away.
Okay.
Thank
For the
you.
court, and I've checked with the deputies a couple times. I know that we're not having, I understand everybody can hear on the jury panel, so we're good there. It must be that corner.
I think it's this corner, maybe the acoustics. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, if we could, if there's any way to turn that mic up, we'll try to do that. If I could just get you to speak right into that mic so we get you.
Yes, sir.
No objection, subject to the previous ruling.
Thank you. All right, it's admitted. What's that number again?
This is State's 219.
Thank you.
I believe you'll be able to see it right there on your monitor.
Okay.
Let's stop it right here. At this point, when you were moving your hand and pointing it,
Hold on a second. Let's see if that catches up. That's off, that's something that's already been loaded onto the board, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And mine was kind of, Your Honor,
Is yours, yeah, yours is jumping?
It was jumping around a lot.
That one's jumping and mine's jumping.
oh, there's a little lag on that television? All right, well, hopefully it'll load up while I'm asking the question.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Okay. So, Officer Duggan, at this point in time, you see the man here, and
Yes.
is there another person seated over here?
I believe so, yes, there was. I see the one in front of me with the jeans and the light colored shirt. And I believe there was a second person over in the shadows. Yeah.
What did you say to the second person over in the shadows, if anything?
I know I made a motion to the gentleman walking towards me to just hang back. And I'm pretty sure at the time when I saw Mr. Junior on the side, didn't know who he was at the time, but I could see he was covered in blood. There was blood all over. And I remember at some point asking if he was okay.
And what did that man covered in blood, seated over there, say to you when you asked him, are you okay?
It was a quick reply of basically, no, I'm not okay. I just effing killed somebody.
And do you use that profanity with the F word?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I know, and they're trying to do something for him.
Let's
So,
put him down for a second. Let's keep, I want to move, just either, we need to figure out, there's a delay there, there's a delay there. Are you still seeing a delay?
Yeah, still seeing a delay and the audio was skipping.
It's skipping.
We need technical support since I did load it onto the monitor.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and take a step into the jury room for just a moment, please.
All right, for jury.
Yeah, my fault. I'm not gonna show that here. I don't know how the news work, but they ain't finna strike my page.
Okay, if y'all just have a seat. See if we can get somebody from IT to take a look at this.
He's on the way, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, when you have a minute, I have one other matter to bring up about the courtroom setup.
That's fine.
I'd like a bathroom break if I have to.
I'm shocked they even showed.
Let's hear from Mr. Hope first.
I'm shocked they even showed.
I didn't realize until we got started that you actually cannot see the witness from this row of chairs. My client can't see him at all. I can see the top of his head as I'm sitting here. And I know it's set up so if you are here maybe with a single defendant you can see, but now that we've got 3 defendants, 2 of them can't see. Yeah, I've been in 2 of the courtrooms where this has been a problem, Jones County and Putnam County most recently, and the sheriff built a riser to comply with the 6th Amendment so we can see and confront the witnesses against us. So I don't know what to do now, and we're good with this today, but I would like to move the court for a fix to get the witness up higher.
So understand what we're saying is that for today.
For today, we're okay.
Okay. And you're raising a confrontation clause issue.
Yes.
Okay.
We are also fine for today. And we like our arrangement here very much. But I guess out of an abundance of caution, we'll join the 6th Amendment concern. We can ponder that over the weekend. Maybe we would waive it for the rest of the trial. But for today,
this one's been raised already, so
we're good for today. Well, Your Honor, you will recall, I think I mentioned the witness box issue.
I understand.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take 10 minutes, and hopefully by that time we'll get IT in here and figure out what's going on. Officer Duggan, I'm going to let you step down. If you could please remain available, and I remind you that you're under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, 10 minutes. Thank you. Oh, we're not in recess then. I heard a judge.
I said, thank you, Judge.
Oh, see, I just heard the judge part. All right, 10 minutes.
All right. So Lorraine, what you thinking right now?
They're full of it. It's like one thing after another to just prolong and confuse people. You know, it is what it is, and they're not going to change anything. I don't know what else to say. What you think?
Okay, never mind. I was looking at a notification from Facebook.
Okay.
I think they just, they gonna do anything to throw what we call down south a monkey wrench into this case. And like you said, it's some things are deflection, some things are to confuse. But at the same time, like I said in the beginning, you can't run from what we saw. And again, it goes back to Rowdy even filming this shit. That was really stupid, which I thank him for doing. But it's nowhere around us. I don't care what angle they try to take. I don't know if Rowdy is gonna get the same charges at the end of this, because I'm predicting we're gonna get this case. But I don't think he's gonna get the same charges as Travis and Greg. I think they guilty for murder, period. And I feel like Rowdy was accomplished to murder. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he's gonna time make it.
Well, it's almost like his video makes him a snitch. That video makes him a snitch, and he might get off lighter, but like you were saying, it's like a deflection, monkey wrench, tap dancing,
Mm-hmm.
and the prosecutor seems to ask the right questions, so all we can do is wait and see, wait and see.
I think where she was going with it, of course, like I put in the chat, when he arrived, you can actually hear he called out a code, and actually when I looked up the code, it was pretty much, he called the code, it's pretty much saying Ahmaud was about dead. He wasn't dead. He was still breathing. And he didn't even go over there to attempt CPR or anything of the such to try to stop the bleeding. It was like, no, I'm not finna help this nigga. Not finna do it. And it's sad because who knows? Now he just got shot in his chest twice with I think it was a 12 gauge. I think it was a 12 gauge shotgun, close range. His chance of survival was definitely really slim to none. But like Cat Williams said, at least you can try.
Yeah.
Try. He ain't even try.
Yeah. Nope.
And I think, and I'm gonna say this, I don't care if anybody disagree. When he got there and seen it, it was probably his former buddy, Greg and Michael. They're like, well, we're gonna rock with him anyway. You feel me?
Yeah. It's a mess. It was a human being, not a rabid animal, trying to attack or harm them. It was a human being. Yeah.
Let's see if I can get a little song playing.
But that's to me, that's the mindset of the country.
It is.
That's the mindset of the country.
It is, and I don't know. I don't know. Let me get this song real quick. I'll play some music real quick.
dummy, 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 dummy. Mook got the keys, Jordan.
Tell me what you worry for, 'cause you don't have to cry no more, no more, no more. You don't have to cry no more. Tell me what you're looking for, 'cause you don't gotta look no more, no more. You don't gotta cry no more, you don't gotta look no more. Let me take a second for the women, this song is overdue. I hope you listen till I'm finished. You was just since the beginning, you was racing, now chilling. So I gotta give you credit if nobody else give it. I know you think we all villain, that's a stereotype. But what we gotta deal with, it ain't even much right. Y'all gon' live in my sight. I don't do this for the like, shit, I do it 'cause it's right. To keep it real, this something like. So I'ma tell you this tonight. For the men across America, I'ma say it for them, baby girl, we cherish you. And ain't no letting up. For you, I'm a competitor. You never been a wreck, you tell the truth, that's why they scared of us. Tell me what you worry for, 'cause you don't have to cry no more, no more, no more. You don't have to cry no more. Tell me what you're looking for, 'cause you don't gotta look no more, no more. You don't gotta cry no more, you don't gotta look no more. I gotta stand up for the real men. I'm talking real men. They know who you really is. This world that we living in, they don't wanna fill us in. They try to kill the black and get mad when we attack them and put us on the back end. Be like, look how they acting. They don't see the queens that we have to look at. I'm trying to start a new chapter. Ain't no more fucking the master. I don't want my kid growing up to be a fucking bastard. They rather see us going backwards, 'cause they know what we have. They don't wanna see our black queens living in a castle, 'cause I just want the best and that's really what matters. For the queens and I'm ready for a battle. I ain't never been a coward. Tell me what you worry for, 'cause you don't have to cry no more, no more, no more. You don't have to cry no more. Tell me what you're looking for, 'cause you don't gotta look no more, no more. You don't gotta cry no more, you don't gotta look no more. This is for all my black queens across America. You ain't gotta cry no more. You ain't even gotta look no more. We here for y'all. And I'm speaking for every black king all over the world. Stand up, my nigga.
I was asking how the opening statements were. How did they sound?
I actually only seen partial of it, and I think I was actually just waking up. I was just waking up when I seen it.
Okay.
So I'm not 100% sure, but I actually think I shared one of them. I didn't see all of it. So if y'all wanna go back and look at it for yourself, I did share one of them. I can share it to my community wall. I'm not sure. Like I said, I was just getting my ass up and realized I'm late for the trial. You know, I definitely want to see what's going on, be aware of what's going on, so I know what to
That was a good
expect.
song. Perfect timing for that song. Yeah.
Most definitely, most definitely. Still nothing going on. They still on a break, and I'm telling what's going on. But yeah, she was finna dig off in that officer's ass. I'm telling you what she was finna do.
Yes, indeed. Yes, yes.
I think that lawyer was like, "Hold up, wait a minute, we got some problems here." Yeah, you damn sure do got some problems. But one big problem, I'm super happy we having volume issues. Hold on.
Oh, I can hear you.
They say they can't hear you. Let me make sure everything good on my end. Everything look good on my end. turn my phone up so I can see.
I think where she was going with it, of course, like I put in the chat.
I can hear you.
When he arrived.
I heard you fine. Oh, it's mine? You couldn't hear me? God damn it. I know y'all hear this. I know y'all heard that. Yes. I don't know, unconditional love, you might want to step out and come back in. I turned my mic up some more, but I just played the replay on my phone. Yo. Oh, I know what it probably was. I know what it is. I'm actually doing this shit from my other computer. And if I talk to it on the side, then maybe you can't hear me. Can you hear me good now? I can. The first part of the song didn't play. Then it kicked in to, regular volume. Yeah. She said she can hear you better. Let me see something real quick. Since I got this playing on my TV, let's see. Okay, maybe I could be a little bit louder. Yeah. How about that? Does that work? Yes, that's better for me. I don't have to lean in like I got a hearing aid. Okay, I got you. Well, yeah, I'm talking off of the same microphone that I actually record my music on. I have it set to a certain volume. You know what I'm saying? So now I just had to turn it up a little louder. Now I have to readjust it. Well, let me turn my phone down. All right. All right. So we should be good. Yeah, that was my fault, unconditional love. I had my mic set to the way I record. I don't really do any podcasting from this computer at all. You know what I'm saying? But they still doing whatever they're doing. So I'm gonna drop the link to the chat again. If anybody want to come up, voice their opinion on the case, the Ahmaud Arbery case, feel free to do so. All opinions and thoughts about it are welcome. Just make sure you're respectable, Try to play another song. Next time I will be going live off of my Mac, but last night was hell. But that sorry ass mouse.
Drum dummy. All of my thugs in the ghetto. Can you hear what I'm saying? All of my thugs really need to know. Play that
life is an instrumental, so you start in the beginning, then you end up in the middle. That's a verse and that's a hook, but every rhyme is not a riddle. And I remember in the kitchen, my mama was doing dishes. I was telling her my wishes. She told me get on my mission. I went to school and I got busy. I started seeing my vision, then my spirit started lifting. I really could tell the difference. I really have to commend her. My mama made me a winner. See, I was born in the ghetto, and that made a born sinner. But that made me go and get it. Still going, I ain't finished. Ain't no boundaries, ain't no limit. Never content. I ain't with it. I ain't with it. really felt like a nigga drowning. Then I lost my nigga Taryn. God damn, it was bad. I got love for his dad. Mr. Dave, he the man. Rick Logan did his thing. I remember before he passed. And then Domingo came to the crib. Then he got blasted. Yeah, we came up from the ghetto. No, we never had a hero. He considered us a bunch of zeros. This is dedicated to the ghetto, ghetto, ghetto. This for my niggas at the garden. Let's go. I gotta say rest in peace, though. All my people we lost, man. Shorty Duwar, Danielle, Taryn, Rick Logan, Domingo, Oh, homie Candy. Yeah. Man, we miss y'all, man. We love y'all. We'll never forget y'all, man. Rest easy. One love. From your big homie, man. All right, we back. Make sure y'all can hear me.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, cool. It's a little different on this laptop because this laptop is nothing like a Mac. I can tell you that. So they still on recess. Let me make sure I ain't missing nothing. Yep, still on recess. I'm trying to figure out what the hell they got going on around here.
Weren't they waiting for a IT person to come in?
Oh yeah, you're right. See, it's good to have two heads. Two heads are always better than one. Trying to get
Especially when they're both big.
Oh no, you didn't. Hey, you telling the truth though. I know I got a big head. I've been accepted that when I was a kid.
Me too. I have to buy a man's hat because women's hats are too small for my head. I don't know where they're made at, but I have to wear a big hat. Fit my head, especially
Hey,
in the wintertime. Whoa.
We think a lot. I use that as a reason. Y'all kind of quiet in that chat. Hey, I had shared this link to a couple of Glenn County Facebook pages. It seems like as soon as that music came on, they got the hell on. Like, we ain't come to listen to that shit.
Didn't nobody want to dance?
Ain't nobody want to dance. I thought this shit was funny. Like, boy, they did that shit got up to 32. That music came on, they disappeared. I swear they did. Yeah, who that in the chat? M. Brown, respect for sharing this knowledge. Truth must be told, and no one will be able to escape it. Salute. Most definitely. Most definitely. And that's all it's about. I'm always be the person that side on what's right, even if it comes at the cost of someone that I care about. You know what I'm saying? Because I would never want to be that person to be locked up in a prison cell for the rest of my life over some bullshit that's not real or not true. You feel what I'm saying? Because there are people who are locked up in this in the system that ain't even commit the fucking crime. So
yeah,
I'ma always rock with what's right. That's just how I am. Some people might not like it. Oh well, I don't live for you. What you said last night, Lorraine? I don't drink just because you drink. I don't laugh just because you laugh. That's real shit.
Yeah.
That is real shit. I'm gonna upload this video. I think it's fitting to go ahead and play it. I ain't played it since we've been on here. All right. Hopefully don't give me no issues.
is uploading.
M. Brown. Okay. Respect. Yes. Yes.
Rain, what you eating, sweetie? I just got off work and I'm coming to your house to eat. Kings and queens in the building. It's almost finished. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let me just double check, make sure they ain't back. Nope, still ain't back. So let's go ahead and rock until it's still running. It's about time that we see it.
As a man, you have a lot of responsibilities in life, man. No matter what it is, any obstacle, any mountain, any hill, any bump in the road, you don't let nothing stop you, man. No matter what it takes, man. Anything easy in life, you will never respect. A test is just a setup for a testimony. You can't call yourself a man if you're ready to quit. Trust me, I know. I've been there. Talk to him, nigga. I know all about the struggle, homie. Cause I did it. And I went through it. I never gave up. No matter what. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I'm sick of these fuckers, they taking the law in their hand. Trying to get me a chopper cause nobody following the fucking laws of the land. How do they call you a man? You really a bitch, you be calling your friend. And when we go jogging, you calling it in. You not a man, you really a trend. I had enough of a man. These trumpets I blow don't belong in a band. I'ma give him the smoke, I'ma blow up his head. I'ma empty the clip, make sure that he dead. My pencil mechanical stacked with the lead. I'm a radical when I done ran out of med. Will detach your neck from your head. My bandana red. Let's go. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I feel like just taking a jog, running a couple of blocks. Put on my bandana, grab me a tee. Put on my shoes and my socks. When I work out, I just like to go hard. I should be sick cause my name is Ahmaud. I never bother nobody, they won't bother me. That's just the way of the law. Now who would've thought I would pay such a cost? The neighbors, they just started making these calls. They telling the peoples I'm breaking it home. I pray to God that I just make it home. I came by myself so I'm running alone. Somebody is calling me, what do they want? I'm looking behind me, I'm seeing a truck. In the back of the truck is a man with a gun. I do what I do and continue to run. They pull up beside me, they cutting me off. The man in the back, he begin to jump off. I protected myself before he could let off. But he pulled the trigger and that's when I would fall. 2 shots in my body, I knew I was gone. They could have left me alone. I wish I was home. I'm on my way to the throne. What up, Ahmaud? I'm running with you. No matter what. Let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. The racists, they thought they was getting away. No sir, no way. Y'all gotta pay. Ain't no play. Put some respect on his name. Hey. We calling for change. Gotta get rid of that DA. She evil like a goddamn slave. We gotta get her gone. Made the bitch leave this stage. That rider tried to plead this case. Got him locked up, had to leave his place. Should've seen his face. He's scared, so he gon' turn state. Now he running from the KKK. Now I heard Travis called you a nigga to your face. As your body laid down, that's a goddamn shame. But your mom stepped up. She was amazing. That new law should be named after her baby. Hey, never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. just fight till I'm done, done, done. You will never make me run, run, run. No matter what, no matter what. Hey, that.
Arrests have been made in the death of Ahmaud Arbery, the African-American man shot and killed by two armed white men while jogging through a South Georgia neighborhood.
Well, Jeff, around 8 o'clock, we learned that GBI arrested father and son Gregory and Travis McMichael for the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Both men have been charged with murder and aggravated assault.
The community is demanding answers.
Ahmaud carried the most humblest spirit. Ahmaud was kind. He was well-mannered. Ahmaud, most of all, was loved by his family and peers. I mean, Ahmaud didn't deserve to go the way that he went.
This got to stop.
And that just was enough.
Bitch, I run for Ahmaud.
Just a dab in the strawberry. Quarters in recess, okay.
Yeah, we still on recess. I have no idea what's going on in that courtroom. I know they're having technical difficulties with their I guess their footage that they're trying to show of the officer who first arrived on scene. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't want to speculate or assume, but hopefully they get it together soon. If you got any comments that you would like to come on the live appeal with me and Lorraine, feel free to do so. This is an open panel until the trial starts back. What's going on, Miss Cherie Johnson? How you doing? Crucial K's in the building. What's going on, Kay? Yeah, we running with Ahmaud. We ain't stopped the run. The fight has not stopped. It's only just begun.
Those doors?
Hopefully they can get it together eventually. It's been almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. February 23rd of next year would have made 2 years. We right around the corner from that. Where is that coming from? Oh, I ain't mute my TV. Let's see here. Appreciate that, sis. Appreciate the love. I know you already heard that before. Everybody should have heard that. I dropped that song last year. And a lot of people probably haven't even seen the video because a lot of people don't go to YouTube. But I put it on Facebook for probably like a week, and I sent it to his mom. She loved it. She said she couldn't watch no more. She couldn't watch it not but once.
Yeah, that should have been enough. Ooh.
And yeah, and I respect that most definitely. They used to stay three houses down from me. And it was crazy, but the love that the NFAC brought down here was amazing, and that's one thing I will never forget about Grandmaster Jay was him coming. Look like they're coming back. Seemed like it. Hold on, let me take it off mute. I think they are
All right, we're
coming
back
back.
on. Defendants present, represented by counsel.
So I'm going to go ahead and mute up, and we will continue this case.
Rania, come put these dishes away.
All right, my understanding is the technical issue is probably due to the wireless connection going to the screens. What we do have available that I understand is working just fine is the big board. So the witness has obviously seen the body cam, testified to as much when the video was admitted. The video is going to be played. I'm just going to have him stand if he needs to watch or look at whatever he may be being asked about on the video itself. And I'm going to confirm that the two jurors sitting in the gallery have a clear view of the large board before we go any further. Assuming that they do, I think we've got enough to get through this witness. And over the weekend or later today, we'll figure out what it's going to take to possibly hardwire all of this in order to make sure that we're having fewer technical issues. So that's the plan. That being the case, anything from the state?
We'll go all the way to complete this witness today.
Yeah, I plan on getting this witness done. I've got a timing wise, I think this is probably the only witness we're going to get through today. Okay. So I understand nothing from Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, or Mr. Bryan, ready to proceed. All right, let's get Officer Duggan. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, officer. So what we're doing, you didn't hear what I was saying. Since you've already seen the video, we're limited to the large monitor. You may be asked some questions about the video itself. If you need to stand up and look at what's on the big monitor, you're welcome to do so. You don't need my permission to be up and down. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to fall out of it.
And just a reminder, for any gory scenes, I will
All right, let's go get the
put
panel.
a picture up, because YouTube, they might strike you down if you show any shocking and crazy gory footage on your page. So please forgive me, but I can't be struck down like that.
All right, for the jury, please. Please be seated.
We probably need them on this end. Yeah. Well, if I would prefer them at the state's table, then if you drop your laptop, screens, and anything else that may be on that table just to get through this video. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back on. Officer, I remind you that you're under oath. I just want to confirm to the two of you that are sitting there in the gallery, right now we're going to be limited to using this large board. Can both of you see that large board? If at any point during the presentation of evidence, the two of you or any one of you has a problem seeing the evidence as it is being presented, as I said in my preliminary charge, please let me know, and we'll do whatever we need to make sure that you have a clear view of the evidence as it is presented. Okay, everybody understand? Ma'am, right on the end there, do you have any issue seeing the large board? Yep. You can see it. Okay, thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. So once again, I think we're back at State's Exhibit 219. Who is that gentleman right there?
That would be Officer Minshew.
Yeah, I know. They're trying to do something for him. Second. Ready for a second? You want to come in and go? My hand on. It's I think my card. The white panel that's in the center console, please. You'll wipe off once we get here. Just stay over there, bro. I know. I'm glad you have. Michael. Stay up. All right. Yeah, there's nothing I can do for this gentleman. I got more tape. Yeah, I got some group. I got more tape of seven is fine. Sorry.
Officer Duggan at this point in time?
Shotgun center chest, he was on his stomach. I got here and rolled him over. He stopped breathing in a couple minutes.
So, Officer Duggan, I'm going to stop this right now and ask you a question. Does the sound appear to be a little off on this, not capturing everything?
That is correct.
Okay, and so we're not hearing actually everything through the sound system right now that is on this body cam video, are we?
That is correct.
Is it fair and accurate as far as depicting what is going on as far as the people in the scene, meaning Officer Minshew and the other people who are in where the crime scene tape is?
Yes,
Okay, so the video that we're seeing right now is very accurate, is that right?
that is correct.
Okay, but these are the EMS people that we're looking at right now?
EMS and fire, yes, ma'am, that arrived on scene.
All right. And the problem, of course, that we're seeing with the playing of this right now is they were actually speaking to you, saying some things, but we were not hearing that. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And for right now, Officer Duggan, let's go ahead and continue with the video. At this point in time, are you communicating to EMS what you had done as far as tending to Mr. Arbery's body?
Yes.
His last breath. Stop the light.
And had you made an earlier determination that there was nothing else you could do for Mr. Arbery?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you make that determination?
For the amount of blood loss that I observed on the scene, the lack of rise and descent of his.
Yeah, these tests found positive compression form.
So at that point, when you had made that determination, it was because of blood loss, what else?
The amount of blood loss I saw on the scene, the lack of rise and fall of the chest, and basically the gaping wound that I saw in his chest. There was nothing I can do for him.
The nature and extent of that wound?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at this point in time, are other officers beginning to arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
So these would be other officers who had responded to Minshew's call out, is that correct?
Yes, the ones that were on duty on his shift, yes.
All right. In addition, when we go back and here we are at minute 4:31, at any point in time, this gentleman standing here, did you ever know who that was or interview him or anything along those lines?
No, ma'am.
Is it uncommon for people to come to scenes like this?
No, it is not.
At this point in time? That point in time when you turned around to look behind you, was someone actually standing behind you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Junior, Mr. Mobile.
All right. And did you know where Greg McMichael was at this point in time?
I believe he was still across the street. I'm not sure.
So when we're looking here, when you say across the street, are you talking about Officer Jackson and Mr. McMichael over here?
Yes, ma'am. Across from behind. I wasn't aware at the time then who was behind me.
At this point, you shut off your body cam.
That's correct.
And did you then stay at the scene for any length of time?
For a few minutes after that, to debrief the responding supervisor and to have permission to exit the scene and leave.
Right. And did you write a report in conjunction with the work that you had done that day in responding to Holmes and Satilla Drive on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. In addition, when you got there via your car, how does dash cam work in a patrol car?
The cameras that we had at the time were linked to usually the lights and the sirens. More importantly, the switches on our console that activate our lights. When we activate the lights, if the camera is on, it will activate the camera to start recording. The system that I had in my car at the time was a watch guard camera system. It has a separate shoulder mounted mic, which I was not wearing that day as I was in an off-duty capacity and often did not wear because I had an actual body camera that would capture the audio. So therefore, there was no audio to the video that was captured when I departed out of the restaurant parking lot and responded to the scene.
And with regard to State's Exhibit 220, which contains 5 videos from your dash cam, have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 220 and those 5 dash cam videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Any alterations?
No, ma'am.
All right, this time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 220.
You're asking about his dash cam.
Correct.
Yes, no dash.
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. This time the state will publish. Where are we? Right here, Officer Duggan.
This is traveling northbound on 17, going towards Satilla Shores, just passed underneath the I-95 overpass.
Yep. Let me see if I see my
Front
car
road
is
on the
being
right
stop
where
sign.
McDonald's is.
Because I was on my way to work.
Coming up to the Satilla Shores neighborhood on the right-hand side.
Yep. I just saw my car. Ain't that some shit?
And were your sirens going this entire time?
Yes, ma'am, and lights.
Is that a red porta potty?
Appears to be so, yes, ma'am.
Is that a man on a bicycle waving at you?
Yes, appeared to be.
Once again, here's that officer.
That was Officer Minshew.
And who just came in frame?
That would be myself.
Video 2 of State's Exhibit 220.
Absolutely nothing, Uncle Charles. He did nothing.
Over to the right, person pacing back and forth.
Well, that was Mr. Travis Michael.
My teachers ain't been here all week, and it's the same teacher.
Now, I'm going to pause here at 211, 214. This person who just walked from over here to over here, who's that?
That's Mr. McMichael Sr.
All right. And the individual back over here that you barely see, did you even notice him when you were there at the scene?
No, ma'am, I have my back to him.
Okay. Do you know who that person is now?
I believe so, yes.
And who is that?
The
Can't hear. Okay.
third party over here.
Mr. Bryan?
That's correct. There he is.
It's their video of 60220.
He look nervous as hell, don't he?
At this point in time, do you actually know where Greg McMichael or William Bryan are?
No, I don't know.
Exhibit 4, Exhibit 220, video number 4. Who are these gentlemen who are coming into scene here at second 24?
Lynn County EMS.
Who are these two officers, if you know?
Officer Roberts and Brandenburg.
Who is this officer crossing right now?
I think that was Officer Brandenburg.
And these two gentlemen approaching Mr. Arbery's body?
Fire rescue paramedics.
And lastly, video number 5, states exhibit 220. Do you know who this gentleman is who has just walked up and is speaking to Officer Brandenberry?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Stopping now, right here at 120. Person over here in this corner. You see where I'm pointing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to back up and touch. 1 minute and 18 seconds. Who is that person?
I'm not sure. I can't really tell from here. I'm thinking it's Mr. Michael Sr.
And then he was talking to you over here in the blue shirt. Did you know who that was?
No, ma'am.
Happy Good States Exhibit 220. Your body cam was uploaded and made part of this case file?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. And in the report that you wrote in conjunction with this activity, Did you include in there what Mr. Travis McMichael had said to you?
I did.
Right. And after this, what we saw in this video, did you receive authorization from Sergeant Leska to then leave the scene?
Yes, I did.
I may have a moment. I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good early evening, Officer Duggan.
Good evening, sir.
We had a chance to talk just a little bit before you testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. We hadn't really talked before then.
Not at all.
Not at all, yeah. So you know me as Jason Sheffett. I represent Travis McMichael.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as I understand it, when you arrived on the scene, you're going to follow a protocol that essentially tells you what you need to do first, second, and third. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
All right. So first on the list is officer safety. You agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. The safety of yourself and others that could be in harm's way.
That is correct.
All right. And once you establish that you're safe, that others are safe, and there's no present danger or threat, then it becomes about scene integrity.
That is correct.
So as we see you step into the scene on the video, these are the things that are running through your mind.
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that when you see Officer Minshew, who was the first officer to arrive on scene, that you're looking at him to see at what phase he might be in about assessing safety and whether or not it's safe to enter the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you trust that Officer Minshew had made enough of a determination to feel safe to be out on the scene and start to assess things yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second thing that you then sort of undertook when you got into the scene was to do an assessment of Mr. Arbery. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now you have had a lot of medical training, 184 hours, I believe is what you testified to.
Yes.
Okay, which includes assessing the health and wellness of people who have been shot by guns.
That is correct.
Okay. In your time doing that, have you come to understand about wounds and gunshot wounds and blood loss?
Yes, I have.
All right. Is it fair to say that you have made observations in the past about the amount of blood loss a person can endure before it becomes fatal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you had arrived at the point where you were going to be assessing Mr. Arbery, and before you turned him over to really check and look at wounds, there was a lot of blood that you noticed on the ground.
That is correct.
Okay. Was it your opinion at that moment, before you even flipped him over, that the volume of blood loss could have been such a complete volume that he would have been deceased at that moment?
It could have.
Okay. And when you turned him over, one of the things that I think you noticed, and I'll just say this, you wrote a report in this case, right?
That is correct.
You and I discussed the report that you wrote.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that report, really, you wrote a lot of your observations about that day.
That is correct.
Okay. And those observations include observations about Mr. Arbery when you came up to first encounter him.
That is correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you noted was that he had fixed eyes.
That is correct.
Okay. And fixed eyes is a sign of brain death. You familiar with that?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. You noted fixed eyes as something that indicated that his eyes were not reacting to light.
Correct.
Right. His pupils were not opening or narrowing. Right.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you mean by fixed.
Correct.
And that his gaze was also not moving. His eyeballs were not looking around or doing anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe that you made the conclusion that there was nothing that you could do to do any form of resuscitation.
That is correct.
Okay. You were also asked about Baker 9. Baker 9 being the area that includes Satilla Shores and the Exit 29 area, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it my understanding that you are one of the officers that works the Baker 9 area?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, but the Baker 9 area is an area that's worked, and I think your testimony was by one officer at a time. Is that fair to say?
Usually, yes, sir.
Usually is. And is that because there's a population size that determines Baker 9 and one officer is enough to work that particular Baker?
Not particularly the population. It does have a factor in that. It'd be fair to say population size for that is sparse in that area.
Okay.
More concentrated near the interchange area and going west. And then it's dense populated or
Becomes
relatively.
more densely populated after you. Okay. Are there some Bakers where one officer works multiple Bakers?
On occasion, yes.
Okay. And I think your initial statement when the state was asking you is that there are a quote unquote fair share of calls in the Baker 9 area.
That is correct.
And what you mean by that is people calling 911 for whatever problems that it is that they're having that they need law enforcement assistance with.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Now, one of the things that you also did when you came onto the scene is you made some observations about Travis McMichael, who you've been kind of referring to as Junior.
That is correct.
Okay, and what you mean by Junior is that he's the son of Mr. McMichael.
That is correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you observed about him was that he was very upset.
He appeared, yes.
Yes, that's something that you noted in your report. You wrote the words very upset. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you also talked about the fact that he was sitting kind of off to the side by himself, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And that he was doing a lot of pacing, right?
I don't recall him doing a whole lot of pacing.
I thought we just watched the video where you saw him kind of pacing back and forth.
On the video, I saw that.
Okay, so the point that you're trying to make is maybe you don't independently recall that, but now that you've watched the video, you see that there was a lot of pacing going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Correct.
but you did notice that he was covered in blood.
That is correct.
Do you recall seeing that he also had blood on the back of his neck? Do you remember seeing that?
No, sir.
Okay. One of the things that you did at some point, I think we may even see you do it on the video, is you kind of indicated over here, and you asked Travis if he is okay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what you meant by is he okay essentially is because he has blood on him and because he's there at this scene of the shooting, you want to know if he's got a physical problem ongoing at that moment, right?
That was the meaning of my question.
That was the meaning of your question, but he interpreted that in his response to you with kind of an emotional response by saying, no, I just killed someone.
That's correct.
Okay. And as you and I were talking, and I was asking you to help me understand how you interpreted his emotional response, I believe what you shared with me is that it was like a driver of a car who had just hit a child and then asking that driver after that accident, are you okay? And the person says, no, I'm not okay. I just killed a child. That's how you kind of likened it to me. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things that the state asked you about was your training. And after 12 years of training, part of that includes use of force training, right?
That is correct.
When to use particular styles of policing to try to either, number one, de-escalate a situation, right?
Correct.
Or to have to use a particular level of force to either protect others or yourself. Fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that I think you've been taught is leaps. Does that term have meaning to you? Leaps, L-E-A-P-S.
Not familiar, no, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with, in terms of when you begin to investigate a situation, that you would use something that's called leaps that stands for, I'll expand it for you, listening, empathizing, asking questions, paraphrasing, and summarizing. Is that a technique that you're familiar with when it comes to engaging with either a a suspect or somebody that you might be investigating?
No, sir.
Okay, so how about this? When you're investigating a particular person that you may think has done something wrong, one of the techniques that you might do is to come up and talk to that person.
Correct.
Okay. You might ask them questions.
Yes.
To try to understand what's going on.
Correct.
And this is something that you've been taught to do as a police officer, right?
Correct.
Don't just assume the worst. Let's begin with or attempt to have a conversation.
That is right.
Okay. And you might try to empathize with that person, to try to see it from their perspective a little bit as a way to potentially keep things from rising up and getting heated.
Correct.
Okay. The other thing that you would certainly be taking stock of is the mental state of the person, right?
At this point, I'm going to go ahead and object to relevancy of what Officer Duggan and his training as far as all of these things have to do with his responding to the scene of this homicide.
My response is, Your Honor, this officer was asked about his training. He's on cross-examination about that and about his approach, and I feel it's a fair area for cross-examination.
The objection sustained. We've seen what his involvement was as far as this particular case, unless you can work me through exactly what this would be relevant to in his role in this case.
Yeah, we have an officer who's been trained, who's gotten training in use of force and de-escalation. He has a knowledge to answer some of these questions. And as the court knows, this case is going to be about use of force and de-escalation.
But the objection sustained.
Okay. So you're not allowing me to ask him any more questions about his training, is that what I understand?
I didn't say that. The objection to your question was sustained about the line of questioning that you're going down.
All right. One of the things that you do as an officer, though, is if you can't have questions necessarily answered by someone, you're also, though, paying attention to how they're interacting with you.
I'm going to object to this entire line of questioning as relevancy for this officer. He didn't interact with any witnesses, and we object to relevancy.
To sustain the objection on that line of questioning.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene, you're looking at Travis McMichael, right?
Correct.
You're looking at Greg McMichael, right?
Correct.
All right. You're looking to see who else is around you, right?
Yes.
And as you're assessing officer safety, you're looking at their conduct and behavior.
Correct.
All right. You obviously have now seen Officer Minshew show up on the scene, and you've made an assessment of that he may have done that, assessed the behavior of people.
Correct.
But as you're arriving on the scene, you're also going to make your own assessment.
Correct.
Okay. And you're going to look to see the behavior of Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael as you approach and enter into that scene, right?
That is right.
You're going to be looking to see if there's any aggressive movements by them.
Yes.
Right? You're looking to see if they approach you.
Correct.
You're looking to see if they respond to you when you talk to them.
Correct.
You're looking to assess their level of mental acuity so that you can determine if there's anything wrong with them.
To an extent, yes.
Right. And so one of the things you might do is ask them questions to see how they respond to you.
Correct.
Okay. And so also, at no point did you have to use with Travis or Greg McMichael any kind of verbal commands against them to try to de-escalate them in any way.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't have to say something like, stop, don't come any closer.
I did
You
have
did not.
Mr. Michael, Mr. Senior.
Okay. There was a moment where you were close to Mr. Arbery that Mr. Greg McMichael started to walk towards you a little bit.
I believe there were 2 times, yes.
Okay. And you put your hand out and you said, you need to just stand back for a minute.
That is correct.
So that's an example of how you might use a verbal command to keep some distance between you and another person. In this case, Mr. Greg McMichael.
That is correct.
Okay. But at the time that he walked to you, he wasn't doing anything like reaching into pockets or holding any kind of a weapon.
No, he was not.
Okay. You were essentially trying to assess Mr. Arbery at that moment.
Yes.
Okay. And so for the entirety of your time on the scene, you never had to say to Travis, stop or don't come closer to me.
Correct.
He was very cooperative and kind of waited over to the side.
That is correct.
Okay. 1 second, please. I don't have anything further for the witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from Gregory?
No question.
Anything from Mr. Brown?
No questions.
All right. Anything then further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, officer. You can go ahead and step down.
Your Honor, for the record, we are not releasing any of our witnesses from subpoenas, and all of our witnesses have been informed that they are not to discuss their testimony, and we're reserving the right to recall Officer Duggan if necessary.
All right, Officer Duggan, you are subject to recall. Thank you.
We were going to ask that you not be released, but it sounds like you're not.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're released for the day. You're just subject to recall. Thank you. I think that was misinterpreted as you needed a mistake. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a good breaking point for the day. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to adjourn until 9 o'clock Monday morning. Over the weekend, all of the instructions that I've given you still apply. I want to remind you of a few, and I told you you're going to hear these over and over again. You're probably going to be thinking about them as you're walking around in a couple of days. I say thinking about them. You won't be able to get them out of your head. So again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not go looking for any information about the case. If anybody approaches you about the case, please notify the court and we'll go ahead and address that. Don't let anybody discuss this case in your presence of hearing. With those instructions, and just to be clear, don't go picking up newspapers. Make sure your news feeds are off. If you're out socially over the weekend, don't let anybody talk to you about the case or approach you about the case. And if anybody's talking about the case wherever you are, please walk away. With those instructions, I again want to thank you. I want to thank you for your service to Glenn County and to the Superior Court. It is appreciated. I appreciate your patience with us as we move through this process together. Have a good, I keep looking over here. I'm so used to looking at the box. Don't want to ignore the two of you there. But with those instructions, have a good weekend. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, y'all. Get this off my live. So I switched computers. You know, I definitely want to get some feedback. All right. So make sure I got everything off my. All right, put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me, because I did switch computers and I don't know if I'm having any technical difficulty. So put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, put a 2 in the chat if you can't. I ain't never switched computers in the middle of a live. All right, so I assume y'all can hear me. Cool. So that was the first day of the Ahmaud Arbery case. Interesting. Lorraine, say something. Make sure I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me?
I can hear
That
you loud and clear.
that was very interesting. And I was told that the best attorney tells the best story. And I'm already, yeah, they're the best storyteller. You know, they get you to believe what they're saying. And the defense was just a little too smooth. You know, just a little too smooth. And it reminded me of George Floyd and how they tried to switch, you know, and smooth talk everything and everybody. It just is same old, same old. Yeah.
What did you think uh was his angle there at the end?
Um, that everything was okay. It wasn't such a big deal. You know, he was doing his job, even though his job wasn't to protect the two murderers. You know, but to me, the defense attorney was just trying to smooth everything over. You know,
Right. Okay.
to cover. Yeah.
Right now, I definitely feel like the prosecutors did a good job. They applied pressure. I'm just hoping we can keep that up. I don't think the defense did a good job at all, which it's kind of hard to do a good job when you know the truth, when you know what actually happened, and you know America or the community or all of the jurors already know about this case. And that's why I'm tripping that they actually had it here, but they don't give a damn what you say. They seen it for their own eyes. And that's why I say, I know Travis and Greg probably want to beat the shit out of goddamn Rowdy for recording it. Unless they had him do so. That was real stupid. Real stupid. Because if you think about it, those guys didn't get arrested till that footage came out.
That's
This
right.
happened in February. It took them 2 months to actually arrest him. And that's why Jackie Johnson ain't in the seat no more.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Yeah. She was trying to cover for him, just
Yeah.
the defense now. It's like it's just everyday business. You know, these are everyday people. There's nothing wrong with what happened, and that's their mentality. That's how they think. They can do whatever they want to, and abracadabra because they said so.
And I think that's what
Yep.
Jaw was talking about earlier too. You know what I'm saying? They comfortable. They feel confident. And I don't know why. It's almost like that discussion we had the other day. If somebody can go talk to a friend of yours about you, what make them so goddamn comfortable with doing that? Do they know something we don't know? I don't want to speak too fast, but that's just how shit seems. Because the defense was horrible to me.
Yeah.
Christina say Jackie Johnson is guilty too. Hell yeah, she's guilty, Christina. That's why she got charged. I guess her court date will be coming. I guess after this, I don't know if they're gonna tie her charges into this, and I don't know.
That would be
I don't
something.
want to speak too soon because
Yeah.
she need to, because that's what it's all about.
Well, somebody did some good investigating on that to have her indicted. They bit down. Yeah, they went after her like Chloe. Chloe like a pit bull. She locked them jaws on something, and it's all over but the shouting.
Damn
Yes.
right. Yeah. We'll drop that link one more time. Anybody else want to come up here? I ain't gonna hold y'all too much longer. That was what, 4 hours, 3 hours? That's the longest I ever goddamn did it live. But it was worth it, and I've been waiting for this day.
Yes.
I've been waiting for this, and I'm glad we finally got the ball rolling. Even though I don't like that jury selection, you know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to trust people as is, But I'm hoping they do the right thing. Point blank. Period. I'm just hoping they do the right thing.
Yeah.
I think it's within their best interest to do so, whether they feel so
Well,
or not.
yesterday K Money was talking about black media being there. So you getting your feed from black media or just the local channel?
No, that's actually local. I haven't seen anything black media at all. So I don't know where Kay got that from. I'll have to holler at Kay maybe after this live is over, because no, I have not heard that.
She said it on her live the other day. Black media needs to be there, but
you said
you though.
Me?
Did that. You did that. Yeah, 4 hours and 9 minutes. Yeah, you the black media now, dear.
Hey, I know why I can. Shit, that's what it is. You know, it ain't about, this ain't, for me, it ain't about the views. It's about for people who don't know how to find it, even though it's probably all over the damn YouTube. But hey, if you want to come chill with me and watch it, come chill with me and watch it. We can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? You can't talk about it on their shit. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah. So I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I mean, because and anybody who have two eyes, or if you need help like me and got some glasses, which not these, but you can easily see what happened. You know what I'm saying? If anyone in this world is defending them besides these lawyers, because that's what they get paid to do, then that speaks volumes about who you are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Me, I always say I side on the side of right. White, black, Mexican, I don't give a damn. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And in this case, they're wrong. Point blank, period.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I got anything else? I don't know why the heck my this thing act like it's not even plugged in. I was gonna give y'all a little bit of. I was gonna give him that new joint.
No, not you at Cruiser. No.
No, not that one. No. I'm talking about the one that they haven't seen, but I'm not gonna put it up yet until I finish. I want to do some editing to it. I'm talking about that Feel Again. See, a lot of people haven't seen it. A lot of people haven't seen it. Only the members have seen it. So if you're a member, you might want to go check it out because it is available. I do that.
They're in for a treat. They're in for a treat, a real treat.
Hey, they just don't know. We're gonna hit them with the power over the enemy. I do got that. So we're gonna check out the power over the enemy, and we'll be right back.
Body to beat global.
It's like we losing our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away. Sick of dealing with this nonsense. I'm really thinking Satan's appetite is bottomless. Yeah, he tried it then, but we gon' get up out of this. Satan, you a coward and the government is siding with him. But one thing about it, my God is merciful, true. And two things about it, he's still working for. You took my mom, you took a whole lot of black women. Now we behind this, gon' take some time to get back in it. Yeah, we black, but are we that different? To send a virus to our people to make them go missing. It's like they trying to keep my people sitting in detention. They put this virus on this earth, but they forgot to mention I really need my spiritual people to listen. Cause this is only the beginning, this is never ending. And for my people in my cities, know I'm riding with you. And I'm riding to the end. It's like we losing our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as they wait at the gate.
of people that done lost their way, had they lost their faith. God, if it gon' come down, right now it's time. Everybody around me dying, cause I'm tired of crying. I don't wanna give up and don't believe. I'm trying. My brother from another mother lost his brother, and that same brother from another mother lost his mother. That make us ask you why. We die. It'll turn to thunder and rain. We still on earth, we got days. Still gotta keep on wishing and maintain. I believe it's a better place than this earth we own. I'm feeling like boom. I hope we see y'all at the crossroads. If I knew for sure I could be in a better place than this state, I would take off and try to get to the front gates. And I hope I got a space. And we pray, and we pray, and we pray, and we pray every day, every day, every day, every day to stay strong and move on. Cause we ain't got no place that we can go and escape by our heads. Let's pray.
Every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away.
Diamond make the beat and I'm gon' kill it.
I say the blacker the nigga, the deeper the roots. They try to silence me, pimpin', cause I'm speaking the truth. You know that life is really hard as a black man. Regardless, we feeling scarred for being that man. To put it on wax, gotta understand that. And that's a fact, don't try to act like it's the black man. How they got facts, trying to kill us on the back. Try to send a nigga packing, really think a nigga lacking. But yet they still act, try to treat us like we bag. It's a whole bunch of madmen, they practicing these hacks. Why don't we smash on these bad? Same way they try to trap, murder all the kidnap, glorify the good rappers.
Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. Even when the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Got your head up, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I hope you got your head up.
Strong black men, put your fist up and keep your
head up.
Queens, holding down their kings, keep stepping and keep your head up. To all of the niggas that doing the bid, that's up in the pen.
Got your head up.
I told my mama,
don't cry.
Wipe the tears from your eyes and keep
your head up.
The blacker the berry, the blacker the nigga. They look at our figure, they look at our faces. These bitches scary, they scared of us. We ain't terrorists. Y'all made us armed and dangerous. They mad at us, matter of fact, mad as fuck. Everything surrounding us, cause we can multiply, not divide it up, subtract and plus. We never had shit, so when we get it, man, we acting up. If it's one thing that we believe in this guy we trustin' and got our bust hit him with the stick like a puck on my mighty. Don't
cry, I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. Even when the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Got your head up, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I hope you got your head up, head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. I hope you got your head up, got your head up. Don't cry, baby, don't cry. You got to keep your head up, keep your head up, keep your head up, keep your head up, head up.
That goddamn Bam. I'm gonna make a video for it. Bam. Been working, you feel me? But that was Power Over the Enemy and the newest Body to Beat from me. Crucial K, Arm and Hammer with Black Kings. Yeah, I'm gonna be going live again. I think the next one will be Monday because I don't think they hold court on the weekend. But if you want to be notified, just hit that subscribe button and hit that bell that says all. So you get every notification when I go live or if I drop any new music or any videos, which I do a lot of investigation videos. I guess you can consider me a part of the true crime community as well. But again, definitely appreciate everybody for tuning in for these 4 hours. I might go live later on tonight, do some grown folk talk. Never know.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I got some thoughts in my goddamn head. I think that's what my fucking head's so big. Well, Lorraine, I definitely appreciate you for coming and keeping me company. Ja, the homie Neutral, Unc Fed was in the building. Yeah. Mods, Uncle Charles, K Money, Bams, her silly ass. But we still fighting, man. We gonna keep running. We gonna keep running. You know what I'm saying? So y'all know I end all my lives. Y'all know how I do it. For anybody who knew, this joint is dedicated to my mom. You know, I just lost my mom in August. Lost my brother in July. So it's been tough, but hey, if we can get this case, it'll lighten the load a little bit. But in the meantime, between time, I'm gonna go ahead and play this, and I'm gonna get up out of here.
All right. Thank you, boss man.
Thank you. As always, love over here. Body to beat, baby. And subscribe to the channel so you get notifications. But I'm gonna get up out of here, man. And y'all be easy. He has gone away from my mom. And I'm going away as soon as I find this damn song. All right, man. Y'all be easy, man. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I am sexy.
Hood with another one.
Hey, yo, Al Dance. Left a son, it took my soul from me. It left you bro at night, empty toilet bowl running. Kept it a whole 100, paid the dues on the old night. Mama from that old she was dope as fuck, a cold woman. I never thought the day would come that I would lose her. Give her the highest praise, we know that is hallelujah. Pimpin', I just gotta do it. So watch me put my step into it. She didn't like that riding music, but this one here gon' keep her grooving. And mama let her hear her baby boy sing. I was singing to my mama till there's no pain. I wish I could go back to the old days. I miss you, mama. I know that you're gone away, but I'ma see you one day. I'ma see you one day. Ain't too much more to say. Just know your baby's okay. I'm okay. I can see you right now. That'll make the pain go away. It'll make it go away. Reaching out now, hoping that you feel no pain, no pain. Mama, I'ma see you one day. I came up about you in the early 80s. 8 pounds, 13 ounces, such a curvy baby. My pops was Gemini, my pops was really light. They say that I was spoiled, they say my mama got it right. Working day and night, my mama, she made a way. Mama love her baby, don't know what she got in the jail, but what she had, she sent to me. Cause I be killing me. Shout out to my precious queen, cause God keep blessing me. And everything she taught me made a better me. And now I'm older now, I done learned my letters. So my manners and my pleasantry. My mama was heavenly, so what I plan to be is gonna take the man in me. You gone away, but I'ma see you one day. I'ma see you one day. Ain't too much more to say. Just know your baby's okay. I'm okay. I can see you right now. That'll make the pain go away. It'll make it go away. Reaching out now, hoping that you feel no pain, no pain. Mama, I'ma see you one day. Mama, I'ma see you one day.
Body to beat global.
You know we miss you. We always gonna love you.